Can anybody really be prepared for the bone zone?
No.
As someone who has survived all 70 hours of Mr. Bones' wild ride, I can say with confidence that even I am not ready for the Bone Zone. God damn it, I love that stupid fucking amusement park ride. Anyway,
So funny.
stand on my character sheet.
it's so good. Well, it's 70 hours in real life. In game, it spans several months. Derzul suddenly turned into cardboard at the site of the many flowery mausoleums and graves.
He's communing with Holt.
Right. He's neither here nor there. Best not to disturb him over much. Try not to die completely. Right, he's buffering. Try not to die completely while he's doing that. Otherwise, it's going to make for a very disappointing Derzul story. What happened to your character? Well, I started buffering, went into the bone zone, my party died, and then I was fangoriously devoured by an ooze. But yeah, so y'all are in a spooky forest. Obvious exits are question mark.
Harlan looks around at the forest and all of the trees and looks like he might be about to have a panic attack. Just, where is everybody?
I'm just looking around. This doesn't look like the wilds, right?
No, this is not the wilds. The wilds is much more vibrant. The trees here are more carry on than soil bound.
And I don't imagine I've had any jobs in the graveyard area. So
No, the graveyard has been reclaimed by the dead.
Where is everyone, Harlan? Beneath your feet.
Nope, don't like that. Don't like that at all.
Yeah, that being said, they are much less likely to leave their domain now than they ever have been before.
Carolyn, are you saying that you've spent all your time in District 4?
Born and
Yes,
raised.
ma'am.
Oh, that's horrible. That
Yeah,
explains
well,
a lot.
ain't
That
easy to get
explains a
out on
lot.
your own. Yeah, the whole looking around in that direction for about 50 yards and not seeing a building or a person, that's weird.
Well, if we continue hanging out, maybe I'll take you someplace a little nicer than this.
Appreciate that. Let's survive this first.
Well, we're
But-
presented with a path, right?
There is definitely a path. There's no telling where it leads.
Just out of curiosity, knowledge local. Does that apply to cities or areas, or how large is knowledge local? I mean, would it be knowledge local for District 3 be a thing, or would it be more knowledge local Wind City?
Considering your home in the wild as an outcast, any knowledge local you roll will be in relation to that.
Relation to the
So
wilds, okay.
if you roll well, you'll get graveyard knowledge, but not about its inner workings.
Okay.
Would he be able to tell, like the relation to the graveyard, like in the wilds, like?
If there is one.
Well, like I was just thinking, like directionally, like if we're in the graveyard, would that be like east or south or north of the wilds?
The graveyard is the west. It would be west of the wilds. It's hard to get east of the wilds. The east of the wilds is the mountain wall and then salt. Who wants some salt?
Never ending salt flats. Love it.
I mean, there might be an end. No one's found it yet.
I don't imagine an 8 is going to get me much.
Trees.
The graveyard is where all the dead people live.
Very astute observation.
It was
No,
established.
no, Cass doesn't say anything.
No, I know.
Cass is like, I don't know where the fuck I am, but I'm not going to admit that.
And when I say where the dead people live, I mean that, like, as literally as possible. Like, no, this is not, like, where corpses go. No, this is where dead people live.
Yeah, they're alive.
Right.
In the graveyard. Yeah.
They are dead. They are present. They are living.
What, like it's hard?
When you're dead, living is very difficult.
Oh, baby.
In a way, it would probably get easier, right? You don't really need to breathe or eat anymore, so...
If you consider homeostasis to be the standards for living, then yes, it gets so much easier. Except for those that do feel a drive to consume.
I'm assuming it's as foggy as the picture you sent us.
Oh yes, absolutely. There may be stars in the sky. You'd have to look to see them, and then you'd have to roll survival to successfully understand what they mean.
I mean, I'll give it a shot.
What could possibly go wrong? Give me that sweet perception roll.
13.
Hey, congratulations! There are trees, leaves. There might be a mausoleum over there, and there is a strange greenish glow in a generally northward direction.
Okay.
As if there was an extremely localized version of the Northern Lights.
So, the graveyard is to the west of Wind City, right?
Yes.
Kind of northwest, or is it just west?
Just west. The graveyard, like, there's a line from the borders of District 4 to the borders of District 2 that is all graveyard. And then there is a mountain range beyond that, and then beyond that is the ruins of Armstrong.
They're rebuilding it. Although, like, it's been 40 years. They have to have made some progress.
Oh, yeah, big progress.
So Mary's 40. Tieflings. Hard to tell the age.
Very difficult.
Demigods.
I don't know how age categories works for creatures like that, but if it's short, I intend to lengthen it.
Can I attempt a survival check to get oriented in terms of directions?
You absolutely may.
And can Psalm help with that?
You absolutely may.
Oh, all right. That was a natural 20 for a 26.
Hot damn.
Groovy.
Nice.
Problem. Many problems. Problem 1. The stars aren't right. You look up at the persistently night sky and you're like, "Oh, this is not I can't Okay, that's not going to work." Do you have a compass?
I do not believe so. Let me check.
I don't.
Yeah, Cass is more a wander around randomly until she finds something type person.
Fair enough.
Hey, Drzul, do you have a compass?
Apparently not.
Okay.
I'm checking
Also-
my
okay.
my item. I'm checking my inventory right now.
Also, welcome, dear.
Thank you.
Oh man, Derzul suddenly breaks out of his buffering godly reverie, and Merida's just like, compass, and he's like, yeah, sure.
I don't think I have one. So no compass for you.
Okay.
It was worth a shot.
Do you have a compass or any natural way to determine direction?
I don't have a compass. Are there moss on the rocks?
I was gonna bring that one up.
Well, with a 26, you you make the next best thing. You take a freshly dropped leaf, put in a little phial of metal, fill it with water, put in a little phial of metal, and rest it on a rock. It begins to spin clockwise.
Finn.
That's not
I do have a compass. I'm a liar.
Oh man! Oh snap! Congratulations! The
I
compass.
thought you did.
Oh, you've already gone through all this effort, but here it was. It was in the bottom of my bag.
Unfortunately, the compass is also similarly spinning in a clockwise direction.
That's not
Well,
good.
fuck.
And like, it's a very deliberate. It's not spinning like, oh god, I don't know where to point. It's just like
Idly.
Like a
Turning.
second hand in a watch.
like a second hand on a
just
watch,
like,
like stirring a pot of soup.
Oh, good.
So it's not like erratic spinning. It's just like at a leisurely pace. It's just like spinning around.
Yes.
Like a record baby. Right round, round, round.
That's our team name, the Analogists.
Well, we'll get nowhere standing here.
Oh.
Do you head towards the ominous green glow or away from it?
I mean, that seems kind of interesting, but I'm not sure if it's going to get us to where we want to go.
My guess is that it would take us to the center of the graveyard, which is not where we want to go.
Away from the glowing light.
Any elevation around here? Looking around.
No.
Trees. How tall are the trees?
The trees are, by the looks of it, they're maybe 15 feet up.
Oh, there's shrubs.
I was about to say, besides that, it doesn't seem like any of them would be able to properly support your weight.
These aren't trees. These are just bushes or delusions of grandeur.
You're not wrong.
I don't imagine that it's very easy for many things to grow here.
At least not many of the things that we would wish would grow. So then, away from the green, glowy light.
That's probably wise.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's up with the stars. This is fucked up, actually. I mean, I've seen places where the stars don't match the normal. Oh.
Oh.
What?
I've been to a couple of places that weren't in normal type space. Ronald,
Mm-hmm.
do I get that feel?
You do, yes. These things happen with some frequency.
Oh, well, I think we're not in. I mean, how to put it? I mean, we're in the graveyard, but we're not exactly in the graveyard. We're in a part of it that's not on the map. That's not in this normal space. I mean, look at the stars. What the fuck is that constellation?
Is that a crab or a lobster? Unclear.
It's a bunch of dots.
Hell is empty and all the devils are here.
So I'm not sure. The reason why the compass is going in every direction at once is there is no real north or south here.
Oh, good.
Well, something's guiding it, but no, it's not going to be the cardinal directions.
I guess
say
whatever's
guiding
guiding it is that bright light.
It's spinning though. It's not pointing towards the light.
No.
Spinning usually happens when you're right on top of the thing it's looking for.
Jarzul picks up the takes the compass in hand and walks 10 feet away from the glowy light. Is it still spinning?
It does indeed continue spinning.
Yeah, that's not the answer this time.
All right. Now, there's a part of me that thinks that the glowing light might be really cool, but additionally, it might be the only exit. I mean, short of going back down.
Or it could be bait.
Sure.
Can I make a knowledge religion check to try to guess what sort of undead phenomena the aurora might be?
Oh, you mayst have.
Could I similarly try Arcana?
You mayst have.
I'll also try Arcana. No.
And
Not natural.
can I try a knowledge engineering to see if something with the magnet could be being fucked up?
You may.
Mm.
Oh boy. Some that. Oh, you know what?
No, I'm wrong. It was actually a little better than that.
Okay. Let me see if I can find which
I'm
color.
actually not bad at Arcana.
No, not violent. No. Vyric. Oh my goodness. So, Som, you recognize that the glow is the color of Vyric. So there's the rainbow, and then there are the colors of magic. The colors of magic are Violant, Cosmogon, Pelagian, Apossian, Vyric, Gant, and Octarine.
Okay, and what does Vyric mean? Or what does that color signify?
Vyric is the color of shallow sleep.
Nope. Nope, we're going the other way.
Meredith,
Mm-hmm.
this is probably the Solnado you've heard so much of.
Constantly swirling above the graveyard, the source of all of the undeath.
That is true. Recently established some 40 years ago. The screaming, screeching tornado of iridescent green soul energy. The thing that you're not so certain of is if it's souls coming in or souls leaving. Maybe both.
So this thing is essentially waking the dead, or keep providing them life.
Yes.
Okay.
It had not been functioning so well a long time ago.
It's energy from this that keeps them content here. They don't need to leave the walls and eat people anymore.
They still eat people who are inside the walls already?
Sometimes.
Do we want to find out?
Not particularly, but I don't think it's.
No.
I don't think we have a good direction to go in.
Away from the thing that may or may not suck out our souls.
I was going to say, away from that. That seems to be the pretty clear direction.
Now that I remember what it is, I really don't want to go that way.
No, let's not go that way. I don't want to. If the dead are content here, they can live here. We don't need to,
Seems a little sad to come all this way and miss one of the best sites, but okay.
So you begin moving away from the Viric glow of the Soulnado.
Yes.
Oh boy, there's a lot of graves and mausoleums over here. And then you hear something you did not expect to hear. Jingling bells.
Ahead or behind us?
Ahead of you.
Okay.
Can we see anything?
There is nothing. There is no obvious source of the jingling bells. If you continue in this direction without hiding, you will almost certainly run into them.
What if we continue this direction and hide?
Then you'll run into them and they may not see you.
If we don't continue in the direction but hide now behind a mausoleum off to the side.
Well, then you'll
Yeah,
probably wake up whoever is in there.
Let's just step off to the side. It may just be a horse and cart.
In the graveyard.
With bells on it.
At night.
A funerary procession? I don't know how shit works in here. Oh, there goes my accent.
Well,
Is it night, by the way?
It's always night.
Oh, that's right.
It wouldn't really be a predator, would it? If it would, or like something that was going to like kill us? Because if it's got bells, it's alerting us to where it's at. So
It would certainly be the most bizarre predator on the planet that announces its arrival. Hello, I'm here to kill you.
I've heard of stranger things in the graveyard.
Scam likely.
Let's try to hide for now. See if it passes.
alright.
And then you see the most peculiar sight.
Father Christmas, what are you doing here?
No. It's a skeleton.
Not the crinkle, please, not them.
No, the crinkle is not permitted to hop universes. You spy with your little eyes the most peculiar thing. A skeleton, tinged slightly red, dressed in an absurd jester costume, prancing. Positively tickled pink with its little existence.
Just in the middle of the road.
That certainly looks non-threatening.
Well, we'll just let him do his little happy dance and keep on passing us by.
We could always ask him for directions.
I'd like to just have on at will my my detect good.
Oh, this thing is not good.
We don't want to talk to that thing.
That being said, give me a knowledge religion roll.
Gladly. Allegedly, I'm good at that.
Allegedly.
23.
This is an emissary of Dogo. It is a death's jester. They're not necessarily dangerous. Not dangerous does not mean harmless.
I repeat this much to my companions.
I'm not asking anything called Death's Jester for directions.
To mention, if it's an emissary of Dogo, it's probably not going to give us real clear directions.
I mean, unless you play his stupid game.
Yeah, we'll probably
I do love a stupid game.
riddle contest or a silly dance or some other contrivance.
I'm willing to play. What do you say?
We could just try walking around it. It seems set to dance a hole into the ground.
I thought it was continuing on. No?
Is it?
Yes.
Or is it just...
It's just like walking down the path,
Okay.
right?
It is. Yeah, it is. It is moving in the direction from which you had been coming. Or I should say, skipping.
Yeah.
I cannot emphasize how this guy is the fucking minister of silly walks.
I'm picturing it quite clearly.
All right.
I would like to avoid this thing, if at all possible.
Sounds right.
But does Harlan want to avoid it?
Harlan is one extremely curious, and he's also lost as fuck. Y'all stay back here. I'm just gonna get the lay of the land.
I'll come along. I was mainly not doing it because I figured Mary would be pissed at me.
Oh, yeah, by all means, go entertain yourself with a Death's Jester.
Speaking of Mary, where did she go off to?
Mary.
No. I mean Mary Hult.
Well, I know, but I was referring to Mary.
Yes, but now that you bring it up, where has
Oh,
Mary gone
fuck.
off to?
Is she over there by the Death Jester?
Oh no, she's gone.
She's probably went the other direction than we did.
I mean, there's no telling, but she only needed your help to get this far.
Rude.
Yeah.
So rude.
I hope Marduk's virtues don't include politeness.
They shouldn't include abandoning the people trying to help you.
Dear God.
I go and join Harlan.
So Harlan and Cass, the two of you approach the Death Jester.
That Jeff Harlan is doing a silly walk towards the gesture.
Oh man,
Jester.
roll a perform dance to Silly Walk.
That just a flat dex then?
Flat charisma.
Flat charisma. Okay, that makes sense.
Not the worst thing for you.
Right? A 17.
Your dance is pretty fucking silly. I'm sorry, your walk is pretty fucking silly. We haven't reached full silly. We haven't reached stupid silly yet, but pretty goddamn silly. Oh my god. You swagger up to this skeleton, having detected your silly dance. Its head swivels on its spine and just turns around to greet you, and then its head sinks low as its body bevels into a charge as the rest of it seems to struggle to keep up. Hello! You're not supposed to be here. You're too alive.
No, partner, I am not. We're looking to mosey on over to the living. Which way would that be?
Oh, fair enough. I was going to offer to help you the easy way, but if you intend on
I
making things
know,
so
I want to
difficult...
do it the hard way. People are like that, you know?
Oh, yes. I am intimately familiar in the ways that human beings make their lives so much more difficult than they need to be.
Amen to that, brother.
Now then, do you intend to go to farmland or cityland?
Cityland,
Cityland.
if you please.
Very well then.
The windier, the better.
You guys still there? Did I lose you?
Second.
No, we're here.
All right. Sorry, that was a long lull. I'm studying the skeleton jester. Its clothes, do they look grave worn or do they look new?
They look very well like very well constructed. Perhaps the pride of this creature. Oh, concern it.
Can I see this happening from behind the?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Can I like maybe like discern its intent on its willingness to help us?
You may absolutely sense motive.
Okay.
Cass looks over at Harlan and is just smiles like surprised that Harlan is so unbothered by this, I guess.
It seems to be honest in its it seems to be honest in its mild madness. Alrighty then, I'll help you. You can ask me any question you wish, and I'll answer in exchange for the answering of a riddle.
Ooh, all right.
Oh, riddles.
Do you go first or do I go first?
You ask a question, I'll give a riddle. You answer, then I answer.
All right, that seems fair.
Just a quick question. Can I help Harlan with the riddle, or is the riddle for him only?
Any may answer, but the first answer counts. And if you're wrong, there's no answer. There's no asking the question again.
That's fair.
I look over.
Harlan,
I'm really terrible with riddles.
Yeah, I'm not too great either, but maybe if we put our heads together, we'll come up with something. How about here?
Riddles, why is it always riddle?
Let's now, if we say what's the most direct route, then it could put us straight through the trees or a wall or something. We can always ask, does this path in this direction lead to Wind City?
Yeah, but what if the answer is no? Doesn't leave
Well,
us
then
with
I
much.
guess we try our luck with going a different direction.
Mm. I mean, we could say something. What's the safest approach for mortal type folk to get to Wind City? It might be really slow, though, in that case.
Did it give a
Okay.
limit on how many questions you can ask it?
One.
No. You
One.
can ask
No.
as many questions as you want, but
You just have to
everyone must be
answer a
paid
riddle.
with a riddle.
I mean, safe, fast. I'm a big fan of fast, but in this place, fast might be a bad idea.
Yeah, fast gets dangerous real quick.
Could be fun.
It'll be fun. All right. Harlan steps up. Does following this path in this direction, and he points to the direction that they had been heading away from the green light, lead out of the graveyard and in and towards Wind City?
A fair question. A fair question, a simple question, a simple riddle. I'm tall when I'm young, and I'm short when I'm old. What am I?
A candle?
That is correct. No, you are heading in the opposite direction of Wind City.
Fair enough.
You would have
I'll
ended
just
up in the Armstrong Mountains if you'd kept going that way.
He turns to Cass. Good guessing on that one. Looks like you were right.
This looked more interesting. Worth asking anything else?
Well,
Hey, by the way, thanks. Saying the skeleton. That was you gave us more than we asked for in that one.
yeah, that was a nicely answered question.
I'm not here to cause pain. I'm here to create fun.
That really was pretty fun.
If you have any more questions, I have more.
All right. What if we ask, does this path diverge before reaching the green light?
Maybe we could ask if we can safely travel in that direction with a reasonable chance of success.
Yeah. Well, what do you consider a reasonable chance?
Is that what you posit to him?
Not yet, no.
Are they within earshot of
Oh
us
yeah,
three?
totally.
Okay.
Like you could just come out and the skeleton would be like, "Yee, more playmates."
Then with a
Yeah,
heavy
sounded-
sigh, that's exactly what I do.
He sounded like the Joker there.
He is literally a jester. And sure enough, he's like, "Ooh, are we going to have a slumber party?"
Oh boy.
Now there is 3 of you.
I follow shortly behind Meredith.
Ooh, 4! You're breeding like rabbits.
Derzul does not follow. Derzul stays behind the mausoleum.
I figured if you're going to be asking all these questions, Harlan, you need all the help you can get.
Got that damn right. Yeah. What do you think, Meredith?
I want to know the safest way through. So if the opposite way towards the green glow is the right way to go, I want to know the safest way through that storm.
Oh, we have to go through it. Can't we go around it?
Yeah, I guess we could phrase it the safest way to pass the storm, or past the light or the soulnado, as Meredith put it.
Soulnado. A man ran outside his home. It was raining terribly. He had no umbrella nor a hat, but a single hair in his head did not get wet. How is that possible?
The man was bald.
You are correct.
Oh, that's a good one.
If you want to get to Wind City safely, I suggest that you stick to the road and don't avoid the Soulnado. It's where most of the civilized people congregate. The further you get on the outskirts, the more dangerous things are.
Fascinating. That's not what I would have guessed.
And there are those who feed on the living and the dead here.
Ghouls. Yuck.
Interesting. Stick to the
All right.
road.
I got one more question for you.
Shoot.
You having a good night?
I am indeed having a very good night. It's
Hey.
not very often I get to ask these to someone who hasn't heard them before.
You didn't ask a riddle for that response.
This was not in regard to directions out of the graveyard.
Oh, okay.
Please, I would never break the sacrosanct laws of a riddling contest. And neither
Meredith
should,
can't help herself. She smiles.
and neither should any of you. He says, brandishing a small knife.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Good girl. But, do you have any more questions? Or do you feel confident in your navigation abilities?
I don't. Any of you?
No, I do not.
We have our heading.
Alrighty then. Good luck out there.
One
You too?
last thing. Hmm. Is there anything along our path that we should be particularly cautious to avoid?
What question can you never answer yes to?
uh, are you asleep?
That is correct.
That's good.
Thank you. There's a vampire who's causing trouble. You won't run into her. She's not fit to receive visitors, but she sent out a few of her little minions on the road. All that blood in your veins, she would consider it better spent in her gullet.
Good idea asking that, Cass.
Well, that's it for me. Can I say you're definitely the most pleasant skeleton that I've ever chatted with?
You'll find more of us here. Pleasant skeletons, I mean. The death jesters among us are vanishingly thin.
That's sad.
He shrugs.
You seem pleasant sort.
Well, I'm only in a good mood. Speaking of, I believe it's starting to darken, if you don't mind.
By all means.
And he skips off the road into the woods.
It's the woods.
Vampire thralls. Or ghouls.
I have never run into any vampires. Not
Really?
really
Can't say
that
that anymore.
eager. Not really that eager to, from what I've heard about them.
Well, if we're quick and lucky, we won't have to deal with them at all.
I can, and I kind of come out from behind this. I can keep a detection spell active, attempt to sense them before we reach them. Would at
Sounds
least
smart.
help us know if they're coming.
You know,
Perfect.
your spikes were totally sticking out from behind that grave.
That makes sense. I thought they probably just looked like more of the bushes that are around here. Blend in with the general atmosphere, you know?
All right.
Back towards the green light, then.
Back towards the green light.
I is for Irigo. No one can remember why. Irigo colors the forgotten corners of your home. So,
Hey,
y'all head towards the
before-
Solnado.
Before we go, are we still in a liminal space? I'm looking over at Durzel.
Oh, damn it!
What?
We could have asked him about that. Oh, we all forgot.
Yeah, I mean, it's still spinning, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so that's the way out.
I mean, we could have asked him, but might not have known the answer, and we would have risked something by getting an answer wrong.
He didn't make it very clear what it would be that would be risking.
Oh, why would he?
That's part of the
My
game.
guess is that he would have told us the wrong answer with a completely straight face.
See, I was going to say mountains to that first one.
Oh, yeah, that could have worked too.
I got nervous.
For the what answer can you never say yes to?
Death.
No. Oh,
Um,
Well, unfortunately, "Are you dead?" is a question you can answer in this world.
Right.
yeah. Well, no. Also, I was gonna say like, can you say no? Or like any? Because if you say yes, then you haven't said no, and then if you
Say
no,
no,
you're
then you
answering
did.
in the negative.
Then you did prove that you could say yes.
Shit, that's a good one too.
no, but you can say yes to having the ability to say no.
That's true.
So if you can you say no? Yes, of course I can say no.
But you wouldn't be able to say no. So the question would have to be, can you say yes? But that doesn't work. Anyway, do y'all head towards Solnado?
Yes.
Sticking to the road.
Yup.
Oh boy.
And I will keep. Thank you. Food should be here shortly. And I will keep detect evil up.
Oh, that's a good idea. You approach the Solnado. It's vaguely evil. You would expect a Solnado to be emanating pure raw evil, but it doesn't.
Okay.
The surrounding area is sort of like there are definitely graves and stuff, but it's more like a spa than anything. There are a bunch of tables with not exactly super comfortable chairs, but chairs with a whole bunch of zombies and ghouls and stuff just chilling out, sitting around.
Well, that's something you don't see every day. I mean, unless you live here. The Solnado's cool.
Fascinating. Truly.
A lot of them have adorned their faces in bandages, presumably in order to hide their terrible visages, especially from each other.
Gotcha.
That being said, how do you start a conversation with one of these people? How are you doing? Probably not a good place to start.
Yeah, how's it hanging is probably a bad idea too.
No, and unfortunately, you're pretty certain there's no way to ask what the weather is.
Could we not just say hello?
Why do we need to talk to them?
I mean, you don't. I mean, you could just say hello, but it's a little bit of a weak greeting, you know?
Well, I mean,
Harlan could just drop his hat as they go by, like just a nod, but not really.
so Harlan, do you feel better now that there are people around?
You know, weirdly, a little bit.
And, you know, there are also, like, corpses shambling around.
Are any of them sniffing the air for our fresh blood, or
Nope.
we could ask them about the vampires.
I suppose so. But we don't know if they're working for
does.
them.
Hmm.
I'm just keen to keep on our way.
Okay. No skin off my back.
No skin off theirs either.
Although, unfortunately, the Solnado acts as a nexus of sorts. Now you're not entirely sure where to go from here.
Well, space did a little twirly thing.
So, how many roads out of here? Is the answer yes?
I'm gonna go with 7.
We could maybe ask them which road to Wind City. The first undead we spoke to was relatively cooperative. Maybe we can find another.
In this nexus of folks milling about, can I make a perception check to see if anyone else is wearing the colors of the Dogo Jester?
You mayst have.
While he's doing that, can I look for like maybe signs that point the direction of where to go?
Oh, you can absolutely try.
Don't die, Dave.
Shit.
Meredith, you do not find another death jester here. You find a series of nearly completely unintelligible sign work.
Oh, okay.
Like, you find stuff that looks like this. Like, what the fuck does this mean? Like, does that mean... Like, you get the vague impression you shouldn't go where that sign is, but, like, what why? What's this?
It says it's worse that way, so I don't think we should go that way.
Worse
it
than
might just
what?
Is it a statement against hands?
It's sort of a crapshoot in the graveyard, but can I check to see if I see anyone in this group that seems obviously nature or wilds affiliated?
You may. Give me a delicious perception roll. You find another one, Psalm, which is a hand with no cross through it that just says failure. What?
I look down at all 4 of my hands, and I'm just like contemplating what this could mean.
There's something with hands on these signs. There's another one at a fork in the road that just says hand worst. Checkmark best.
I walk up to Meredith and I say, I'm beginning to think that these people don't like hands.
I am beginning to think you're right.
Cassandra, you do not find any Wilds affiliated person. Oh, wait. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
You do find a guy. What's the name of the, what's the name of your Thrycreen companion over with the outcasts?
Chronic.
You do see someone who looks unfortunately familiar to someone who Chronic ate.
Ew.
You can even see like the mandible marks at the base of, at the base of the skull where he severed the spine.
Chronic usually had a taste for free range dick. And so most of the people he'd eat weren't really nice.
Ah.
Huh. Yeah, my buddy ate that guy. He probably remembers me. Let's keep on going.
That's an interesting coincidence.
Otherwise, you can't find anyone who seems obviously helpful. You can pick someone at random or just mosey along in a hopefully Wind City-esque direction.
Hmm.
Is there any sign that doesn't point to hands bad?
There are plenty. Just for whatever reason, all of the randomly generated useless signs I could find all had hands on them for some reason. But yeah, there are a lot of signs, but they're all that level of what? What does this mean?
Okay.
Well, my next best guess is rather than take our chances wandering the outside of the graveyard with those vampires and wandering ghouls, may just pick someone and ask.
Yeah.
Preferably not the Drag Queen victim.
Yeah, we'll avoid that one.
You had good enough luck with the jester. Perhaps you should be the one to choose.
You're good at talking to dead people, Harlan.
Appreciate it. I'm okay at talking to live ones too, but
Look close to
not
the
quite as
grave.
good.
Oh dear God. Beautiful. So
Yeah, I pick one at random.
right, you pick a guy at random. Like she just appraises you and just says, "Oh, hello."
Evening. Harlan tips his hat to her.
I'm gonna detect evil on this person with whom she is talking.
She is not particularly evil,
Oh, good.
although she is so horrifically
Well, we didn't say that.
right. But she is so horrifically rotten, it's impossible to determine what her race was when she was alive. The
Well-
only thing you can see through her bandages are strangely vibrant green eyes, flecks of rotten wrinkled skin, and incredibly cracked lips.
Harlan takes out his whiskey flask and offers it to her. Something to wet your whistle?
Oh my. I appreciate that. And she slowly, gently takes your flask and, like, downs it into her tongueless mouth. The volatile liquid suffuses her body, leaking out at several parts, leaking out, splotching the garment with hard grain alcohol.
Tasty.
And she begins a bizarre monologue. I used to be an adventurer like you. Facing the terrors of the unkempt hobo jungle. Have you ever played Borderlands 2 and listened to any of Grandma Strongflex's stories?
No, I haven't actually.
Oh man!
I've played a lot of that game, like a few hundred hours, but I've never listened to her stories.
Oh man! So in the Indomitable Waddle Gobbler Headhunter DLC, you can have a chat with Mr. Torg's grandma, and like throughout the course of it, her first story is only like 10 minutes long. Only 10 minutes long. And in the middle of it, she will ask you a question to see if you've been paying attention about what her favorite ice cream flavor is. And then the second one is labeled Raid Boss Difficulty. I think it's like 40 minutes long, and she asks 3 security questions during it.
Jesus, that's awesome.
It's pretty fucking great. And this woman just starts going off, telling you her life story. The real
One knows the type.
talking about, surviving a terrible city and hunting a mystery woman working in some sort of laboratory, culminating in a senatorial duel to the death on the Senate floor, which she lamentably confesses that she lost. But when you don't interrupt her...
Cass gets kind of bored after a while. Wanders towards the Draconic victim. Go on. I'll take care of that later.
Do you go and chat with the Draconic victim?
Hey, Vic.
Do I know you from somewhere?
Hey. Yeah, we hung out a couple times in the wilds.
Oh. It's you. Roll initiative.
Woo!
Crap.
Oh, shit.
Oh, good.
Everybody?
Not just me. I'm the only one over there.
Also, it's not much of a fight, I don't think.
20.
You go first. You sense he is going to attack.
I'm going to make an intimidation check and just say, Vic, I could kick your ass all over the place when you were alive, and you're looking pretty crappy now. Do you really want to have your pieces scattered all over the graveyard?
I absolutely do. Here in this place, I have an infinite number of opportunities to take my revenge, and I'm not going to pass it up. What is your armor class?
I'm not raging, so it's 16.
Well, fortunately for you, he fucking tries to get up out of his chair, trips over his own dick, and fucking falls over.
I observe this and decide that Cass does not need help against this incompetent twat waffle.
No. And like
See you,
he
Vic.
falls over, and he's... Did you just leave?
Yeah.
You just leave. You get lost
Just a little
in the
bit of
crowd,
trolling.
and he just looks around. He's like, "What? No! This is my opportunity of revenge. This is... Oh, God damn it!" And he starts like accosting various undead individuals, and they're like, "Fuck off, man! What are you doing?" And then, unfortunately, he himself gets trapped in someone else's story. That being said, Harlan, like you didn't choose to interrupt her, so she finishes her story, and she's just like, "Yeah, so that's me. I'm sorry. I've been talking for a while. What did you want?"
And this whole time he's been listening to her. Harlan's making the, yeah, I feel you. Yeah, no, that's real rough. Yeah, we all been there. Just like, who here's worked retail?
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Oh, yeah.
So when those customers come up,
Mm-hmm.
and he's just like, just letting them go.
And I mean, as someone who has been that guy, that's the goal. Maybe you say something that sparks their interest, but if not, there ain't no point in getting offended that they're not listening to your life story.
Exactly.
And yeah, this woman does not seem too offended that she did not have your rapt attention.
Usually when you start monologuing, you realize you're monologuing and can't stop yourself. It's a weird thing. I mean, you can understand why supervillains get fucked up by it so often.
Oh yeah, no, once you're going, you're like, "Nah, man, it's mine. This is my time."
Well, I gotta commit now.
I can't leave. But yeah, by the time she's done talking about how she failed to thwart a laboratory run by a madwoman, yeah, she's just like, "What? What? I don't think you came here to listen to my life story, but I appreciate it."
I love a good yarn. You ever travel to Wind City?
That's where I died.
Oh, which way is it from here?
the roads meander a bit, but you'd want to head dead set in that direction. And she points in a direction. But now, considering your understanding of the stars in this place, you understand which way is quote-unquote east.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, Drizul. You also realize that the swirling in the compass matches the tempo of the swirling of the Solnado.
Oh, great.
That's cool.
Beautiful. All right.
I walk over to Cass. I kind of want to touch it. It's really pretty.
If you wish to
The
touch
I mean,
this-
walk over to Meredith. I mean, sorry. Cass walks
The-
over.
Solnado. I don't
Yeah.
recommend it. Seems like the sort of thing, if you walk up to it, you're not walking away.
What could possibly go wrong?
Many things. I rather like your soul inside your body. I know, I never let you do anything fun.
Maybe you should let her do it this time, so she will learn a lesson.
It'd be an important lesson, huh?
Be a very important lesson.
Now Harlan bids his new friend farewell. What was the name of the person that she was dueling?
She dueled. What's the lady version of Marquis?
Marquis
Marquesa.
and...
Marquesa.
Okay, Marquesa. She dueled. You know what? There we go.
Oh shit! I don't know if I gave her one.
If you haven't, then I'll just create one.
Marquiness.
Good question.
No. Sure, I've seen Marquesa.
No, it's Marchioness.
Marchioness.
My bad.
Marchioness.
Marchioness.
So weird.
Marchioness. Marchioness. Zeneus Anita Sophia.
And if I see Sophia, he makes a little slappy motion. Give her one for you.
Oh no.
Marquesa is the Spanish. Sorry.
And she says, "Oh no, it's too late for that."
Ah, fair enough. He tips his hat.
When you have as much political clout as she does, you just make what you're doing legal.
Well, that ain't never stopped me before. You have a good night, ma'am.
Good luck, lawbreaker.
And Harlan rejoins the group. Headed east, that way.
Well done.
Everybody
Thank
give
you.
me a perception roll.
Okay.
I am gonna take a piss real quick.
Nope, not good.
Perception is a perfectly good dump stat, right?
Not
Oh,
good.
No.
mine is super high. Holy
That's
shit.
sense motive is a
Don't
good
worry,
dump
y'all.
stat.
I saw it. Whatever it
Nice.
was. Whatever it was, I saw it. It's fine.
Drizul, what do you see? Oh.
A lot.
What do you see with your
God.
special eyes?
What happens when you have a plus 10 to your fucking perception? Stupid things.
I've got a +7. I just rolled like shit.
I have +7 too.
Woohoo!
Not like my stupid +13 in athletics.
Cap, do you want tea?
No, thank you.
Pidge, do you want tea?
Nah,
then.
I think so.
Okay. Tomorrow then.
Tomorrow for sure.
Tomorrow would be a perfect day for tea.
I love
Fantastic.
tea.
Could I have a marching order, please?
I would incline towards being in front.
I'll take up the rear, I guess.
I'll be in front of Duzul.
I'll follow Cass. I'll go second.
I'll be at number 3.
Sweet.
Cass moves quickly and she's inclined towards being impatient.
Drazul, give me a will save.
Yep. Sure enough.
You sense some thing try to influence your mind, but you're not really sure what it was.
Something fishy's afoot.
We need to get away from that thing. Gesturing to the Soul NATO.
Don't think it was that. Be more inclined to think we've got pointy-toothed visitors somewhere around here.
Yeah, remember what the jester said is that they tend to be better behaved around the Soul NATO.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That being said, Harlan, give me a will save.
Yes. If it is relevant, so I don't remember how vampires work in Pathfinder. Harlan has a couple of tattoos. One of them on his inner forearm is Marduk's sword. If there is anything behind the scenes that happens with religious symbols.
Unfortunately, it's only a religious symbol if there is a religion to uphold it.
Oh, fair enough.
Oof.
Also, nat 20 for a 24.
Fuck.
yeah.
Fucking.
Only demon allowed in here is me.
Fucking got him. Let me see the perception checks again. Baby Jesus. There's a difference between a god being dead and a god being gone.
Yeah, that's a question that I get into about this far down in the flask.
I should mention that flask is fucking empty.
It is, but he's carrying it anyway.
Oh, yeah, no. Every once in a while, there is an urge to wring out the last few drops. Or maybe to smell the liquor that once was there.
Add a little from his water skin and just kind of shake down the watered down droplets.
Drazul.
Yes. I am here.
You see it.
Oh, goody. What is it?
Hopping nimbly bimbly from there we go. I like this one. Hopping nimbly bimbly from mausoleum to grave in the shadows, you're able to barely make out an image that look like a this.
Vampire minion at 4 o'clock.
That.
Oh, good.
You want to come down here and get your ass kicked, or you just want to keep following us?
Yes, the Dracxkraven.
Given the options, I think I'm going to elect to flee. I know when I'm
Pussy.
outmanned.
Sense motive.
Give me that beautiful sense motive footage.
Want to see if he's taunting us, setting up for some sort of ambush. 15 plus. I can't do simple math because I'm gay.
Heyo.
Oh,
23.
No. It looks like, but it does look like he's going to go get some friends.
I was going to actually cast Expeditious Retreat.
To catch up to him?
If that is a thought. How far away is he?
He is standing on a mausoleum some 40 feet away.
Oh, you can catch him.
Yeah. All right.
The trick is making the jump.
Mhm. Well, I can jump pretty far when I've got Expeditious Retreat going. All right.
The vertical leap is the problem.
I'm going to go for it.
Alrighty then. Give me a beautiful acrobatics check. Acrobatics and athletics. You will need both to reach the vampire spawn.
Okay. Just as a note, I think because of my speed is 70 right now, that means I get a lot bonus to my acrobatics.
It only helps you on horizontal jumps, not vertical.
At both.
I don't believe that. Let's look it up.
Acrobatics is high.
Moving through threatened square, jumping and falling. The base DC to make a jump is equal to the distance to be crossed if horizontal, or 4 times the height to be reached if vertical. Creatures with a base land speed above 30 feet get a +4 racial bonus on acrobatics checks made to jump for every 10 feet of their speed above 30 feet.
I didn't count the bonus from that yet.
No
When
jump
I-
can allow you to exceed your maximum movement for the round. Oh, okay, that's the problem.
And I'm raging.
Alrighty then. Oh, acrobatics is jumping. Huh.
Do you need the athletics still?
Yeah, I was going to use an athletics for jumping, and an acrobatics was to parkour yourself into a position where you would be able to leap up to the mausoleum roof. So, I guess it's just 2 acrobatics rolls, or an acrobatics and an acrobatics or athletics, whichever is higher.
Athletics is higher. So raging is 26.
Alrighty then. Did you
And rage
include
is
your
is a free
movement
action.
speed bonus?
I did not. How much is the movement speed bonus?
I was about to say, that's going to give you a +16 bonus, and you're going to need that, because you need to jump up 10 feet.
Let me.
I see Cass take off, and I'm going to.
Plus 16?
Oh, go ahead.
Yes. So it'd
Yeah.
come out to
43.
43.
Yeah.
43 divided by 4 is more than enough. So you jump up there. You may attack the vampire spawn. He just looks at you and it's just like, oh, I wasn't expecting that.
I'm going to activate my relentless footing and start and use both my movement and my action to charge around to the other side of the mausoleum, so that if he tries to jump to another one, I'm like trying to be where I can see where he's going or cut off his retreat. It adds relentless footing adds as a swift action 10 feet to my land speed, and the increase counts as an enhancement bonus.
Ooh.
So my jumping distance is increased as well.
Sick.
If Cass doesn't succeed, can I react or like prepare an action?
We'll
In
worry
case.
about that after Cass rolls an
Okay.
attack.
So it is plus. All right. I'm normally power attacking, so just as a note.
You hit.
And it's definitely not a threat. A crit threat, that is. And Fancy Die doesn't like me.
You deserve it. You're attacking a totally innocent vampire spawn.
Alright, so
You only have 2 flippant will saves, which could have been anything, really.
in play. Rage. Where's my rage?
No boom, baby.
There's raging. Sorry. All right, plus 16. 21.
21. On its turn, it assumes a gaseous form.
Fucker.
And it floats away.
Oh, no, can't do anything about that.
Sadly, it can't speak as a gaseous form. Otherwise, it would have nasty things to say to all of you.
Okay, now we really need to go before it comes back with friends.
Yep.
Agreed.
All right, that was that 1 or 2 rounds of Blood Rage?
Just one. Everybody,
I
give
agree
me
with
an
Meredith.
athletics. Everybody, give me an athletics roll to rush out of the graveyard.
Oh,
Thank goodness.
I have Expeditious Retreat up for like the next few minutes. Does that make a difference?
If you want to leave all your friends behind.
Oh, I'll stick with my friends. I'll carry my friends if needs be.
What? You don't want to run off ahead alone? Why not?
I'm gonna carry Harlan.
sorry.
Well, if Psalms probably would be the easiest.
I can
Well,
carry the old man.
Does this isn't a jungle, it's a forest, right? So
Yes.
We're also
Okay.
following a road.
Okay, I'm
Right.
fatigued. So, so I'm, Ronaldo, I'm fatigued for like 2 rounds. Is that
I'm not going to
Should I
worry
apply that?
about it. No.
okay?
Your expeditious retreat allows you to overcome the fatigue from walking swiftly. Whatever. The fatigue is just like, oh man, I certainly hope I don't run into another fight after this fight.
Athletics. That's good spelling there, David.
Oh man, is it time for athletics and some bungeoneering? Quite possibly some dimplomancy? Dimplomancy.
So, Reynold, just so you know,
Uh-huh.
so I play a lot of Heroes of Might and Magic 3,
Yes.
and there is a skill in it that is diplomacy.
Uh-huh. And it's
Every
busto
time
disgusto.
I see it, I say, Dimplomancy.
And you always take it because it's too
I
good.
always take it because it's fucking busted.
It's fucking busted. The only thing more busted than dimplomancy is necromancy. Who wants some skeletons?
So I have literally never played the Necromancers because I know if I allow myself to, I'll
Oh,
just break the game and not make it fun for myself anymore.
Oh yeah, no.
yeah, I can definitely do a Fireman carry of Harlan.
my mother always told me to make some friends,
So I did.
so I did.
What I don't remember what his name is, but some guy on the internet made a video reviewing Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and it ends with him setting up a hot seat campaign where the other player is his anime waifu body pillow, and she hard locks Necropolis, and he's just like, Necropolis? Do you want to get kicked out of the house?
That's fucking funny.
Because Necropolis is so fucking busted.
My mom and I like to play hot seat when I go home to Maine to visit.
Yeah. Who wants 36,000 skeletons?
Yay, fun!
It's time for skeleton. Anyway, so y'all head out at a very brisk pace. And you hold to your direction, your course, and your aim. Strangely enough, the further out from the Solnado you get, the more grave markers there are. Until you fortunately find the cemetery gates. The gates are open.
Still a holy
Outside.
guard presence?
Hmm?
Is there still a holy guard presence here?
Nope. And outside the cloudy fog, the light of day spoils in.
Oh, I guess we're not gonna have a vampire fight.
And as you guys run outside the gates, 6 more of the fuckers pop up. And they're all just like, ah, shit.
Wave by.
Better luck next time, fuckos.
That, you know, the one that you cut up just like points accusingly at all of you and is just like, you'll come back. You always come back.
I don't doubt.
Yeah, but the question is that a good thing or a bad thing for you? Bye-bye.
You better hope your mistress has killed you by the time we come back again.
And y'all enter District 3. Congratulations.
Made it
Woo!
to Wind City.
Okay, not quite.
Not quite.
We have to go through a mountain pass or something, right?
No, that's on
No,
the
that's
other side.
Armstrong.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now there's just
Farmland.
farms, walled towns. Nothing fancy. Like, you can just make a beeline for Wind City and skip over the local flavor if you wish.
I mean, I like District 3, but it's so fucking flat.
It's so fucking flat.
We've also been traveling for a long time. Like, it's been a while since any of us slept.
Yeah, nap might not be bad.
Also, the stink levels of this party are rapidly reaching stank levels.
Just out of curiosity, you said it was daylight when we left the cemetery. How many hours of daylight do we have left, and how far is it to Wind City?
Oh geez, it's several days to Wind City.
Several days, okay.
You have approximately 3 hours of daylight left. As you rush out, Mary Holt is leaning up against a tree, and she just looks at you all and says, "What took you so long?"
Thanks for the help.
I thought you were right behind me.
Did you even look behind you?
No.
Well, there you go.
They took the scenic route. I'm going to make a survival check to see if I could find a stream.
Make a delicious survival roll to locate stream.
Or brook. Plus, how much for survival? Still on into that one. That's an unnatural 20.
You successfully locate a stream.
Oh, good.
Cass strips off the stanky clothes, grabs some soap from her pack, and yeah, assuming this is like actually a decently clean stream, we'll clean ourselves in it.
It's fairly clean.
I too will clean myself.
Against
Yep.
all odds, Harlan actually has a grooming kit,
Huh.
and he will make use of it.
You notice that Cass has the the tattoo of a kind of spectral Black Panther's face on her back
Hmm.
with blazing gold eyes.
Won't mention it quite yet, but after we're all dressed again, just gonna say I wasn't peeking or anything, but you got a real cool tattoo.
Yeah.
Derzul is covered in tattoos and what look like tribal scarification.
Oh yeah, Cass has tribals on her arms and legs, so she's got some of those as well.
Oh yeah,
Those don't
Mary
look,
also
those don't look as
bathes.
well.
She's just
Mhm.
like, we could go to civilization, but if you want to bathe in a river, all right.
River
Oh,
bathe first, so we make a good first impression.
yeah, I don't think any farmer is going to want us walking around their house the way we were.
Fair enough.
Yeah, definitely getting in on the bathing. Taking some
I
time to rinse
I,
my fucking scale mail.
I tossed Meredith the bar soap.
I fumble it, but managed to grab it before it washes down the whole river.
Congratulations. Oh dear God, it's all fucking dwarves. Whatever. You guys are going to Dwarfville.
Now, is this the
Meredith.
first time we're seeing Psalm's anatomy? Remember, Psalm's kind of thigh, right?
Yeah, I guess fully. He's just got it's just he's got arms coming out from like underneath his other arms is all, and he's got a weird fucked up head. I've posted a picture of this race before, right? I can't. The basic he's got it's basically this, except he's darker skin because he's from the jungle.
Jungle camouflage instead of sand camouflage.
Cool.
Love it.
Doesn't seem like anyone in the party's shy, so.
Nope. Not at all.
Especially not with none of y'all got a reason to be. Y'all badasses.
Meredith also has tattoos. One on the inside of each forearm, a snake and dagger on her right, a hand of glory on her left, a mountain peak on her left shoulder, and a horned wolf on her right.
What's that one mean? And he points to the horned wolf.
A symbol of our god.
I'd say it's one of Hulk's oldest symbols.
Oh, never mind. I would know what that is.
Yep.
Instead he would point at it and be like, I like that one.
And the tips of her fingers are also blackened.
That seems
I have
fine.
a question for Cap the player from Pidge the player.
Yeah.
Are her mountain tattoos the mountains by Armstrong?
No, they're not. It's the peak
Ah, very
itself.
cool.
The peak and the river flowing from the mountain.
Neat.
It's a family thing.
Who's ready for snow?
Oh, is it snowing?
No.
Oh.
Ooh.
I like that one. The Cass traces the mountain.
Yeah, I was feeling sentimental one day.
The rest of them, All right, I may have to really start calling you Edge Lady, Mary, for real.
I like them.
So edgy.
It's true. They say that you might regret some of your ink down the line. I didn't think that I would, but
Yeah, I got some of these when I was pretty trashed.
I suppose I'll just have to think of the snake as our new friend, and not the Medusa I owe my life to.
All
Is
right,
that
there's a story here.
One I'm not drunk enough to tell at all. And if I observed correctly, Harlan's out of booze.
Will the tragedies never end?
Sam, you were about to say something?
no, it's all right.
So,
Yep.
do you all get back on the road to try to find civilization?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Seems like it.
So, y'all head. You know how you were talking about how it's so flat?
Yep.
The road shockingly leads to a hill.
Huh.
The smoke coming out of it lend it an air of industry. There is a sign outside which reads Rotherham.
Knowledge local.
You may.
Never fucking heard of it.
It happens.
That was an 8.
Ooh, yeah, no. This is a town so small it's probably not on a map. Like, it's not, like, super tiny, but it's just not notable. It's just a dwarf town. Nothing fancy.
Meredith, you remember that your tutors in geography completely despaired of Cassandra.
Well, as far as they're concerned, there isn't much here outside of Wind City.
Now, you can try to continue on to find another town to put ground between you and the vampires, or you can just settle here for the night.
Still like another couple hours of daylight.
Yes.
I'd like to use my what's it called? Sorry, 1 second. It's got a specific name. My monster lore. To see what I know about the weaknesses and abilities of vampire spawn.
What is this monster lore of which you speak?
It
It's
is
an
an
Inquisitor
inquisitor
ability.
ability.
Ooh.
I get to add my wisdom and intelligence to rolls about monster creatures when trying to identify their abilities and the weaknesses they possess.
That's a knowledge religion, right, for vampires?
Yes.
That's going to
Good.
give you a nice roll.
Nope. Not if I roll like trash. Still a 15, but could be better.
15 tells you a lot.
Okay.
So vampires loves include stupid humans, open veins, blood. Dislikes include, but are not limited to, holy symbols fueled by true belief, and garlic. The running water thing is not real.
What about sunlight?
Oh, they hate it. Oh
Okay.
no, that's very bad. You catch a sunrise, and
Okay.
a vampire spawn will probably die. A true vampire will probably turn to smoke and have to go home, no matter how far away home is.
All right. I'll relay this knowledge to my compatriots and just let them know that if we do intend to stay here tonight, might not hurt to see if they've got some garlic around.
Do dwarves have garlic? You
Obviously.
you crazy man. You fucking crazy.
Holy symbols fueled by true belief. I like my chances.
Well,
You know,
it only holds them at bay.
after today, I feel my chances are pretty damn good as well.
Well,
That's fine. We can hold them outside the inn until such time as the sun comes up.
Oh yeah, that
They
whole
have
thing
to
about
agree.
needing to be invited, bullshit. Okay, vampires can enter a private home or dwelling unless invited. Vampire spawn may not.
Mm.
still daylight. I don't know. I'd keep on going.
Well, the things chasing us were vampire spawn, right? Because the Death Jester told us that there was one vampire, and she was like
Indeed.
sending out all of her minions. So
Yeah.
Yes. Those were not true vampires.
No. True vampires are much better dressed.
They're much prettier. You
Well,
get the
we can
idea that he may be speaking from experience, but you're not sure.
keep going, but if I end up having to sleep on the cold hard ground, I'm going to be very displeased.
do we know of any other town near here?
No.
Our here is
Near here is kind of vague, yeah. Well, there's a town here, and we're not sure if there's a town within a few hours of here, so
We could at least stop in this town and ask.
yeah.
Maybe perhaps warn them that there may be some vampires coming to pay them a visit this evening.
I don't think we should admit to that.
yeah. They'll probably get the idea that we riled them up, which technically true. No, it's completely true. Yeah, completely. We riled them up. It was fun too.
And if we don't inform them ahead of time, then they may slow the creatures down for us. They don't have good defenses, and we do intend to leave.
I mean, if they don't have good defenses, then maybe they deserve to get killed by vampires. Have you ever thought
They
about
live
that?
right outside the graveyard's door. They have to have defenses.
Maybe.
But do you
And
approach?
if not, it's on them.
Do you approach Rotherham?
Oh, yes.
There are two sleepy dwarfs with pole axes and breastplates and little helmets.
Oh,
And
that's so cute.
yeah, and the two bearded dwarves just look at you and nod and bang on the portcullis, and then it opens up, and they're like, welcome to Rotherham. That's what I'm
Appreciate
supposed
it.
to say.
I feel very welcomed, thank you.
Oh man, great! I can't wait to get a promotion.
We'll put in a good review for you.
Oh man, thanks.
In Dwarven, I'll call over my shoulder. Don't fall asleep on the job.
And one of them calls back in Dwarven, "You're not the police of me." That's the beauty. That's the beauty of being the cops. We are the law. But no, it's
Did you
pretty
pick up-
obvious. This is a sleepy little hill.
Did you pick up more fucking languages?
Not like
How many
it's hard.
Yeah.
Most of them, honestly. Listen, they basically chained me to a desk until they didn't.
You're not wrong. Where in Rotherham would you like to go? Obvious exits are like the residential districts, governing districts, and the business district.
Oh wow, this is like a
How big a
town
town?
now.
Oh yeah, it's a big hill, and the tunnels go deep. Not
About to say they built down, didn't they?
Oh yeah, they did.
This is like a Siena.
Not like super deep. It's not a big town, but like there's a couple thousand people. There's a couple thousand people living here. It's by no means super small.
I mean, compared to the World Bazaar, everything's small.
Oh yeah, no, everything's
Very true.
fucking tiny.
Percentage dwarf? Is it like 90, 100?
Yeah, like 90. Yeah. So this would be considered a small town, and it's got like 1,500 people in it.
Okay.
Notable places include right. So there is the government seems to be a temple of Muradin.
Whisper over to Sam. I haven't felt this towel in a while.
And oh yeah, I should mention any of you who are none of you are small folk, which means all of you are gonna have to
Duck.
hunker down a little bit.
Or a lot of it, as the case may be.
Oh yeah, like the tunnels here are maybe 6 feet tall at the tallest.
Oh, they just brush the top of my head. It's fine.
This is fine.
Yeah, still, you might want to hunker down a little bit, or you'll catch a stalactite to the dome.
Or a door frame.
That's also
Jesus
true.
Christ.
Yeah, and like there are other people in here. There are some halflings chilling out, halflings and gnomes. Oh, fuck ton of gnomes. We got so many gnomes. Okay, not like literally so many gnomes, but like maybe
They're just
like
popping out of holes in the ground.
They're the other 10% of the population.
Do they grow
yeah.
in here?
I was about to say like 90% dwarfs, 1% halfling, 10% gnomes. No, that doesn't add up. No, I don't care.
No, it doesn't.
That's the thing about gnomes. Things never quite add up when they're involved.
They're impossible to count.
Because I don't stand still long enough.
No. It's mostly a few notable gnome families, and like the halflings who are living here are like, actually, I like the ordered existence of dwarf living, so I moved into a little hill. I moved into a little hill town.
Got
You
my own
didn't get
hill
along
apartment.
well with your caravan, did you?
No.
Probably stout halflings.
I'm about to say, stout halflings, the ones who like wearing shoes. Not bitter leaves, but the non-bitter leaves who like wearing shoes.
You're right.
A bitter leaf would probably
problem?
kill themselves before they went to live with dwarves. Just like, I can't deal with this shit.
Was it stores? I remember the Tolkien name for the dwarf-looking hobbits.
Oh yeah, there is a group of those. Oh man. Hobbit surnames actually used by Tolkien. No, Itachi, you can't eat the wires. We've got Banks and Boffins and Bulgers and Bulger Baggins, Brace Girdles, Brandy Bucks, Brockhouses, Browns, Brownlocks, Bunces, Burrows, not to be confused with Burrows, Button, Chub Baggins.
It is stores. Is the one of the 3 breeds of hobbits.
What's that one?
Stoor. Stores.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, they're the same as the D&D stouts.
Oh, nice.
And then fallow hides are the like Baggins's types with fear, tall, slim, adventurous.
Right.
And Harfoots, the ones who live the burrow life.
I think you mean proud feats. Anyway. Oh, there's Proudfoots, not to be confused with Pootyfoots. Took Brandybucks, and Tooks.
This can't be real. Is this real?
This is real.
This is real.
This is indeed real. I'm looking...
No wonder no one lives here. This place is terrible.
Here is all of Tolkien's halfling shit.
This is why they hate us, Tom.
This is why they hate us.
Because we have reasonable naming convention.
Perfectly reasonable and ordered. I assure you.
Oh my god.
Just that a lot of things, the farther down you go, the more things get hyphenated.
Like to imagine that there's just a scroll, like in the world, there's just a scroll with all of this, and I'm just like flipping through, or like like going through the scroll, and it just keeps going and going and going, and I'm like, like halfway through, I'm just like, okay, I'm done.
I can't deal with this.
Just a thought, guys. But maybe they hate you because you keep on saying that.
No, you don't understand.
You walk into District 1 as a mutant, see how they treat you.
Well,
There
I
isn't a
mean,
District 1 anymore.
technically, if you walk into District 1 as anybody, you get fucking eaten or freeze to death.
Whichever comes first. But would you like to settle down?
It sounds like we need to go there, find whoever has survived, and put their butt on Marduk's seat. That's all I'm saying.
Brilliant idea.
You're
I hear
funny.
it's like mainly Wendigos up there. I don't think we want a Wendigo on Marduk's seat.
So
Ah.
Don't
Or
be
a
obtuse.
Bandersnatch.
Come on, man.
Bandersnatch. That sounds right. Let's do that.
What's
Oh,
this-
it'll snatch your bander, all right.
What's the CR of a Wendigo? Oh yeah, they're CR-17s. They're big, big boys, big problems.
They've got a horrible aura or two.
Uh-huh. Wendigo psychosis. Oh, they can inflict Wendigo psychosis via nightmare. Okay, that seems fine.
We could mention that Salandra one-shotted a Wendigo.
Yeah, when we were level 19,
Yep.
I was about to say,
True.
you lucked out, though.
and you had like a perfect round where you got 2 crits on your 4 attacks.
Well, it wasn't too hard for her.
No, it wasn't. Did you crit on like a 12?
15.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Basically the same thing.
Best thing about Wendigos? No treasure. Anyway. Fuck you.
The treasure you get is your life.
They have very nice collections of of split bones that they've sucked the marrow out of. That's around it.
But, where do you go in Rotherham?
The nearest inn.
Fantastic. You find the Ruby Fang on Court Avenue in a market quarter of noisy taverns and street vendors. It stands adjacent to the office of a male halfling money changer named Hildy. The inn is a 2-story timber and brick building built into the stone with a yellow overhanging roof and dwarf-wrought iron tables and chairs. Accommodations consist of wooden cots near a hearth.
Did Cass
Any
notice
of them sized to big folk?
No, you'll have to like you could, because they are dwarf sized and not halfling sized. You'll be able to like scrunch up on them. But
This is fine.
How many beds are to a room?
there's just one room.
Oh, there's just one. How many? I'm gonna rent 2 beds and scrunch them together.
That's not a bad idea. They will absolutely allow that. If you put 2 beds like together, you'll be able to fit on it corner to corner.
Cool. That's enough for me.
It's
Did I
super
notice
effective.
any public baths on the way?
Yes. I hope you like geothermal heat.
Yeah.
That sounds like fun.
The innkeeper is an old dwarf named Ziri. You can hear patrons calling for him. Ziri, meet at table 2. And he's like, yeah, I heard you.
While I'm thinking of it, we should probably divvy up the gear from last sesh.
Yeah. So we'll gather around a table, and I'll dump out the breastplate, the masterwork studded leather, the simple lock, and the 400 gold, and I'll let everybody divvy it up.
Sick. Actually, there is one other tall folk here. There is a human at the inn. That being said.
Is he in a cloak, sitting over in the dark corner by the fireplace?
Nah, he's dressed in simple clothing with riding boots. Doesn't
Oh,
seem like he
lame.
has anything to ride. He just has riding boots. Maybe he had a horse once upon a time.
Hey, I love this influx of gold. Thanks.
Right now, we're not fucking destitute.
Oh man, does it feel good not being fucking broke?
Yes.
I had a
Like a
little
lot.
bit still, but now I have much more.
Is the Masterwork studded leather going to be better than just regular leather? I have that?
Yeah, it's got a lower armor check penalty.
Okay, I'll take that.
Hmm.
Unless anybody else wants it.
No, please.
Go for it.
If no one
No.
wants this breastplate, we could probably sell it.
I think that's a good idea.
You did not tell me how much that was worth.
How much was worth the breastplate?
The breastplate, yeah.
Yeah,
A
it's
medium
1
breastplate
sec.
is probably worth 150 gold pieces. That's my guess.
Masterwork is a little more, isn't it?
Well, it's not a masterwork breastplate, it's just a regular
Oh.
breastplate.
I think just the studded leather was masterwork.
Yep.
Okay.
Here we go.
If it's a dwarf town, I
Oh,
imagine there are plenty of armories.
That's
you go.
also true. 200 gold pieces for a medium-sized breastplate. Oh man, I forgot to mention that like there had been corpses inside that armor, but the guts had been shucked out like a clam.
Jesus!
That's amazing.
Hey man,
I love it.
Wow.
Nautiog's got to eat, and technically, like armor and studded leather, that's not filth. I can't eat that.
I pictured them like cracking the breastplate, slurping it out like an oyster.
Oh yeah, man.
Dear Jesus.
Well, the only like they didn't need to crack open the breastplate. They just like took an arm or like the headpiece of or the bottom piece, and it was just like slurp, and sucked up all the meaty pulp.
Yum, meat pulp.
Yeah, let's sell that breastplate if we can for the full 200.
Sweet. Somebody give me a delicious diplomacy roll to haggle.
Who's got good diplomacy?
Can do.
Not well. Mine's okay, but it's not too good.
Yeah, mine's okay.
Yeah, you
too.
go for it.
Okay,
Yeah.
but not great.
14 plus 7 is a 21.
Hey,
Nice.
he'll go up to 120, but not a step more than that. You've got to understand, he's got to clean it out. It still smells like shit and human blood in there. But it is in good condition, so he's willing to pay you more than what would normally be market value. But he can't go any higher than that. Think of the labor involved with cleaning this fucking thing.
Gotta make a quick.
24, right?
Huh?
Do that?
120 divided by 5? Yes.
You know what? I'm tired, and having just crawled through a sewer, I'm just gonna sell the damn thing. I'm not gonna threaten this guy's family. I'm not gonna try to burn down
I
his
was
shop.
gonna do. That's what I was gonna do.
You know, it's just you gotta pick your battles.
That's fine.
We're
I
already
just want-
dragging a vampire pack towards the city, so
I
So
spotted a geothermal bathhouse on the way into town. Anyone else interested? Because I'm fucking going.
I'm
Yes.
interested.
That sounds good.
It was 24 gold apiece, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll stay and I'll rent out a bed from Ziri. Or 2 beds, sorry. I'll take 2 beds.
You got it, feller, with a lot of arms. Don't know why I said that. You know you got a lot of arms. I just couldn't help but comment on it. Because you got so many arms.
I know I have 2 more than you do. It is a very strange sight if you've never seen it before.
I ain't seen it before. Closest thing I've seen to that is a Zorn we used to keep to help mine for gold and such. Then he died. But a Zorn's only got 3 arms. Fewer than 4, but more than 2. We call that maths.
And it seems like you're very good at maths.
I am. That's why I count the coin. 1 silver will earn you two dwarf bits.
Okay. I'm gonna go to my bed, scrunch them together, and then pass out.
You
In my
fucking.
arms. I dangle all 4 of my arms and like the bottom part of my feet like over the edges of the bed. So I'm not sleeping corner to corner. I'm just my torso is on the beds, and then the rest of my limbs just dangle off of them.
Beautiful.
That's an amazing image.
Thanks, I loved that.
I don't know, but some seems very, very cute.
Now, is this a bathhouse or a bathhouse? Like, what are we getting ourselves into here?
Oh no, this is not cyberpunk. This is cyber sober businessman.
Oh.
Mm.
So yeah, no. Like,
Can't be a win every time.
I mean, you can bathe in the nude if you wish.
I just wanted to know if this was a brothel bathhouse or not.
Oh no, absolutely not. Muradin frowns on prostitution.
Really?
Absolutely.
What a horrible god.
He'll make an honest man, woman, and or child out of you yet.
Jesus.
Is this Mirrodin like the plane of magic?
No, not Mirrodin. It's Muradin.
Moradin.
Mirrodin, okay.
Morden.
He-
That
he-
guy.
He's a
With
dwarf specific god.
Yeah.
With an unnatural 20, can I explain exactly how much of a killjoy Moradin is?
Oh
to
my god,
companion?
Moradin is capital K killjoy.
Takes pride in it.
Fun is against the tenets of Moradin.
Why would anyone worship him?
Because he is the
gives-
ultimate dwarf.
Gives people's lives purpose by
Structure,
putting
meaning.
them to work all
By
of the time.
making them miserable. Got it.
Basically, he's the god of workaholics.
No. We don't want you to be miserable. We want you to be happy working.
I want you to love your work and
The
also
god of capitalism, and I hate
only
him.
take 4-hour breaks.
I was about to say, hold on. He only supports a 6-hour work week, a 6-hour work day. I mean, you should probably work more, but I mean, if you're not willing to do that, I guess you're not devoted to the mind and the community as much as you say you are.
If you work hard, that's how you get into heaven.
That is absolutely
You're-
true. Yes.
God.
And if you work even harder than that, then you might be able to become a paragon of your community, which is the ultimate dwarf ideal.
It's like being ordained as a saint, but
No wonder they're all so miserable.
cooler.
I go over to Harlan as the two of them are talking about Moradin, and I say, I guess they haven't heard the Glass Houses one.
Yeah, apparently not.
What was that?
Nothing.
I thought they
Mhm.
said something. I'm gonna roll a perception check and see if I heard what they said. Let's see here. What are y'all saying over
my
there?
god,
What are y'all
yes.
saying over
That's
there? Oh, I think I might have done heard that. Let's see here.
Hold on. It's not overtime. It's just extra worship. Yes, you definitely hear their snide remarks about priests and glass houses.
They said we live in a glass house, which I don't think is fair at all. Holt is much more fun.
Oh, it's not fair at all. I don't live in a house anymore.
God. I'm not gonna let them know that I heard them though. It's more fun if they keep talking around me
But
when they don't
Because-
know that I can sense everything they say.
You get the impression that Cassandra doesn't particularly care if you've heard or not.
But yeah, to be clear, Moradin is not pro-misery. He is just anti-fun.
Yes, me. That's
For
about the
frivolity.
same thing.
He's against frivolity.
Oh my god. He heard a joke once. He hated it. That being said, Moradin loves dad jokes. They're the only jokes that make sense to him.
They've got a simple formula.
Right.
I feel
So
like
it's like
being,
work.
I feel like being not pro misery and being anti fun are like this.
It's a delicate balance to walk.
It's a very delicate balance. Like, you would think, well, the absence of fun is misery. What about
No, it's actually not. It's productivity.
right? Like, it's
God.
funny how that works. And also, like, there are definitely like Murid, Murid.
Muradin zealots.
No, Muradin holy surfaces definitely have mandatory fun.
How does that work?
I feel like that doesn't entail actual fun things.
Mostly drinking, actually.
But
What's that line? Everything.
have you guys ever been to a work retreat?
Conversations only happen when they're well lubricated.
I've been
With
to a lot of
alcohol.
academic conferences.
I mean, man, I went to a work retreat once. It was awful.
You did?
Yeah, when I was working for the Maine's People's Alliance, they were like, all right, we're going to have a motivational team meeting here for a day. And I was like, okay. And it was an entertaining way to spend a day, but it was not work, and it was not fun.
Gross.
Yeah, I've got one of those coming up in the spring.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you're gonna drag me to, but at least the food will be
No, that's the office party. We actually have like a work retreat day where we go to the zoo.
good.
Ashley
Oh,
was telling me about it, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
neat.
Yeah,
That might be fun though.
yeah. I was like, that kind of sounds like it could be fun, but also like
yeah,
if they're
like-
gonna give me a day, just give me the freaking day, man.
Let me
You
go to
get
the
to-
zoo on my own.
Right?
You could probably like lose them.
Yeah.
Ditch 'em.
You know.
That being said, the weird thing is how dwarves and gnomes are friends.
You wouldn't think they'd get along with the gnomes being so magically inclined and the dwarves usually not.
Don't gnomes also like kind of like having fun?
Oh god.
Gnomes are
They like playing
dedicated to fun.
pranks.
Yeah, so isn't that like against more
Well,
than
no, because arguably, and they do argue about this a lot, a prank is a formulaic joke.
Right.
Shut up.
It's premeditated, and that's what makes it okay in the eyes of Muradin.
Right.
Oh,
Like
Jesus.
it's like a trap, but it makes gnomes happy and no one gets hurt. And yet, it encourages the community to remain vigilant against threats.
It's a win-win. It's a symbiotic relationship, really. Like, you wouldn't see dwarves and halflings doing this.
No, absolutely not.
That's incompatible.
That's purely unacceptable.
unnatural even.
All unnatural and such.
Well, Cass finds the hottest available geothermal pool.
They cook that motherfucker up to 110 degrees.
Yum.
Hot tub, baby.
And Harlan is gonna soak his old bones.
I will go and melt.
Do ASMR have fire resistance?
By default.
Hey!
I do not. I do not.
Oh.
But I do not.
We both took alternate racial traits.
Yes, we did.
Load,
Fucking funny.
load shot.
I can get fire resistance if I rage.
This stupid water's too hot!
Unacceptable!
Rage bathing.
Rage bathing.
I love it.
Angry rubber ducky splashing.
I'm relaxed, but I'm also very upset.
It's tricky reclaiming the quote-unquote evil racial gods, but I'm trying.
I figure the Cass's rage isn't really anger. Yeah.
I mean,
It's just ferocity.
I'm about to say it's
Mm.
not angry. It's a glorious absence of sophistication.
It's fun.
It's
Embracing her nature.
It's that image where aren't you tired of being nice? Don't you just want to go apeshit? It's that personified.
Did you guys check out my puma and bear meme?
I did.
It's that bear. That was like
Made a mistake.
yep. It's like when its head went down, it was like, oh fuck, need to get out of here. And the funny thing is, the bear probably could have killed the puma, but it would have been hurt really bad.
Right? The bear's like, this is not worth that fight.
Just not worth it.
Right? Like, I could win, but
Really
But at what
scary.
cost?
but my god, at what cost?
I should also mention that gnomes generally congregate in large, sprawling families. With various schemes and interests. But they can't all be Jan Janssen. Anyway, when you all are done bathing, where to now?
It's pretty early. Drinking?
Drinking, please.
Yep. I don't think there's going to be much dancing in this town.
Almost guaranteed not.
Maybe
I'd be very
line
surprised
dancing.
if there's music.
I was about to say, line dancing is permitted.
It seems like something Harlan would be good at.
He raises his hand to tip his hat and realizes he took it off for the bath. He tries to make it look like he was just scratching his head, but it's way too fucking late.
No one is convinced. We got beer, stout, and ale. They ain't heard of liquor here.
Oh, hard day.
Hope you want some calories with your booze.
Is there mead?
Nope.
Sold out again.
Oh no, it ain't sold out. Meat ain't allowed. It's too sweet.
Jesus Christ.
It causes...
Harlan just orders the darkest beer they have
They
and
don't
just
have-
sits at the bar nursing it and a headache.
Was
Harlan-
whiskey on that list?
Nope. No whiskey.
They don't have liquor here.
Nope.
Ale, I guess.
Harlan, that beer that you order is more. It's a loaf of bread in a bottle.
That's okay. I guess I could use a little
A little food with your liquor.
exactly. Yeah, what do they have for food?
More beer.
Mostly cheese and bread.
Oh,
Cheese
order
and-
some bread and cheese.
Cheese, bread, and sausage.
Say maybe
Sounds like a good meal after a long day running from the undead.
You do
How
not
about
want to know how the
schnitzel?
sausage was made.
Do they have schnitzel?
What's the difference between schnitzel and sausage?
Schnitzel is like a deep fried hunk of meat.
Oh,
It's like
no.
pounded flat, right?
Absolutely not.
It's very Austrian, and these dwarves sound very Austrian to me.
As Austrian as it is, deep frying is considered an illicit cooking practice.
Jesus Christ.
This place sucks.
Some blood sausages, I guess.
To Cass and Celestial, I'm just gonna say these are the worst dwarves that I've ever had to associate with.
But they are the most dwarfy dwarves you've ever associated with.
I miss the dwarves in the World Bazaar.
Oh man, those dwarves are downright fun.
No, the dwarves in the wilds were. Yeah, they usually had to leave. So
I see why.
At least the jungle dwarves know how to make proper alcohol.
That is absolutely true. That that dwarven thunderwater will put Heir on and or take Heir off of a chest and or face, whichever you prefer.
It's them that you get to pick.
Oh yeah, man. Otherwise, what's the point? We don't discriminate here.
I miss the jungle.
Don't we all?
I want to go there one of these days. It's on the bucket list. Well, not really a bucket list. I'm not planning on dying anytime soon.
Well, that's good.
I'd be happy to show you around if we ever make it down that way. It's a lot more fun than up here so far.
Hmm.
I mean, you know,
Well-
there's the occasional Velociraptor, but
What's that?
Clever girl.
like a dragon, but more nimbly bimbly and angrier.
How big?
Small.
Like people size.
Like the size of a person.
Okay.
They make up for it in pissed offedness.
Sounds better than the Catablipus.
About to say, I'm pretty sure raptors. Oh, never mind. Megaraptors are large.
Mm.
Velociraptors are technically small,
Ah.
so they're like halfling sized.
Right, it's like a halfling, but it has like daggers for toenails, and it'll just launch itself on your back and then disembowel you from the back.
And
Oh,
they hunt in
interesting.
packs.
And they hunt in packs. And they have a very high-pitched attack call. It hurts the ears.
And we mainly have wolves in the wilds.
Hmm.
Kind of similar in a way.
Velociraptors have a leaping charge, which allows them to deal double damage with their talons. Megaraptors have pounce, so you can get fucked.
Mary, you still like wolves?
Oh, yes. Very
Hmm.
much. But it's not very practical to have a pet in the World Bazaar. We used to bring some of them in for arena fights sometimes. And I would feed them.
Ugh. Yeah, wolves don't make pets.
Not usually.
They can be pretty decent friends from what I've heard.
If you train them up from when they're small, they'll learn to see you as one of their own.
Seems a little sad.
Like wargs.
Or
Yes.
People.
Oh,
Both.
yeah. I also forgot. If any of you are hurting for food, there are plump helmets available.
What the fuck?
Plump helmets. They're not great. They're mushrooms with the approximate texture and flavor of cardboard. But
I think
they
Cass is
grow
gonna stick with
anywhere.
is
They
gonna
grow
stick with the blood
quickly.
with the blood sausage.
Mm-hmm.
It fills your belly. That's as much as can be said for them.
Yeah, I'm happy with the meat. Thanks. Gotta give my cancer something to reproduce with.
Yes, you do. If you fail, your cancer will begin consuming itself, and nobody wants that.
Consume, or something will be consumed for you.
Mary, did you ever make it over to the wilds while you were here?
Me? No. Looked from afar. Saw some of the towns that were closer to the walls, but I only ever got to know Wind City. I always wanted to see Armstrong, though. People talk about it in Wind City like it's a being raised from the dead.
Yeah, I hear things about it every once in a while. Well, I was in the wilds after I left, so
We were there the whole time.
4 years, I think.
Hmm.
And then I've been in Wind City for a couple of years.
That's funny.
I guess I missed you.
We must have just missed each other.
Hmm.
I'm glad the tutors didn't find you.
No. Can you see them wandering around the wilds? That would be funny.
Oh, absolutely not. Although I wish they'd tried, maybe. They would have been eaten by something.
Or no, maybe they were.
Oh, I can hope and pray.
Or they might have fallen afoul of the elven wardens. Those guys are dicks. They guide them to the edge of the wilds with a stern warning.
Mayhaps.
Oh, are there elves in the Hell Jungle as well?
There were. A while ago. And there are still. In certain places.
And then they all died mysteriously of a blood plague. Oh man, if we ever figure out who's responsible for that blood plague, we'll flay them alive!
A little late for that.
Well, what's her name is probably still there.
Necro?
Yeah, Nickra. She's the one who fixed up Derzul, right?
Probably.
Hmm.
Probably.
Was it Reynold?
Hmm?
Was it Snickgraw that affixed the Shard of Audra to Derzul?
I can neither confirm nor deny. All I can say is that it was a wicked old hag of a witch, and you were like, put this in my chest, it'll fix me. And she was like, you got it, Haas.
It fixed me in certain ways.
Sounds like Snake Grow.
Kept you alive.
It did do that.
I don't think I can actually get drunk on this stuff.
I'm not even bothering. It's a waste of my time.
Sometimes it's not about the drink in your belly, it's about the drink keeping you company.
I suppose, but I'm not going to nurse a bad mug of beer when I could just wait. At least there's excellent wine in Wind City. We're probably going to walk past some of the vineyards on our way there.
Oh, the
Well,
wine
now
is
that'd be
so
a sight to
good.
see.
You still drink wine? Thought you'd given that up.
No, I drink, I had the luxury to drink a lot of alcohol for taste first.
Just rolls her eyes.
I really don't like getting drunk.
Mom and dad loved that stuff.
Just because they loved it doesn't mean I don't get to drink it. There's a lot of work and craftsmanship that goes into making a good vintage.
Seems like a
Same thing
deep
said.
and this seems like a deep story full of years of family trauma. I'm going to bed. And Tersul gets up from the table and rents out 2 beds and sleeps
Not
on
gonna
them
be enough.
diagonally.
Is this enough dirt for you, Harlan?
Oh, that's no fun. Prefer my dirt to be a little more entertaining, a little less unpacked trauma. Got enough of that.
Thanks, it's the trauma.
I have bad news for you.
Trauma all the way down.
All the way down. And then
He
some.
he raises his cup. I'll drink to that.
Well, if you really want dirt, you should have seen her when she was wearing the that really nice shiny white armor.
Oh, shut up. It was hideous. It had swans on it. And, oh god.
Oh, what?
I hope it's melted down somewhere. Please, please, for the love of Holt.
I don't know. If you left that thing at the Holy Guard, they almost certainly recycled it.
If there's any mercy in the world, it'll be a pair of cufflinks by now.
Right
You
now,
look so,
there
you
ain't
look
no
so
mercy.
pretty, Mary.
No.
I don't think it'd suit your coloring.
I looked uncomfortable, is how I looked.
Yeah, particularly when I was mocking you.
Oh, I was a different person then, almost literally.
One question before I nod off to sleep. Is Mary with us?
Yeah, she was the
Okay.
one who said, "Oh, knowing the Holy Guard, they almost certainly recycled it."
Okay, beautiful.
Did Mary go to the bath with us?
I just assume she's following us around unless Reynolds says otherwise.
Oh yeah, no, she bathed in the river.
Oh, or she didn't go to the bath?
No.
I definitely when Mary's naked, I would be checking her out.
Nope.
Let's see. So, okay, I guess time to sleep. Nothing to fucking do in this town.
Oh no, there's a lot to do, if you have a job.
Seems like a early to bed, early to rise type of place.
It seems like a rotating shifts kind of place.
Hey!
I guess that's efficient. Ick.
There it is.
Oh man, you said Muradin's holy word. You said the word of the day! Efficiency!
Oh boy, I'm having flashbacks to the factory.
Yeah.
The Kirchhoff building? I can never remember what the
Yeah.
fuck it's called.
It's Kirchhoff.
Or what's the Christoph building?
Christoph
The
building.
Christoph building. Dear God. Fucking every time a kid died, he just wrote an article in which read, "Alas, there is so much work left to do."
For Pith's benefit, in a World of Darkness campaign that we had, took place in a present-day version of Chicago, and the Christoph building was a condemned old factory that never got fully bulldozed down because no one could bring themselves to do it. The building did not want to be destroyed. It just wanted to continue working. And it was possessed by the spirit of efficiency, something that went beyond the ghost of the man who ran it on child labor until everyone died. It was him and also whatever possessed him to do
Now,
such things.
hey, it's not child labor if it's your kids working in the factory.
Oh no, that's just equality.
There are legal exemptions for that.
No,
It's just the way the way worked, the way the world worked until.
That's actually way more fucked up than I thought. Did that guy just like run around having kids and then chaining them to the fucking conveyor belts?
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool, nice. I was today years old when I put that together. Incredible.
Oh man. Oh jeez. I should have spelled that out more. No, yeah, he was having kids so he would have free workers. And like
makes a lot more sense.
The primary concern was he sacrificing these kids to the factory? And no, they all died completely incidentally. But the chilling thing was that their deaths did not reach this man. Usually I don't care. I don't care if they're alive or dead.
Ask me if I care.
Right. Do you care? No.
No.
Like, you don't even finish the question. You just like, no.
Were they productive though?
Yes, they were very productive. They were all
That's all
loyal
he did.
children, and they all died before him, and then he died. And there was still so much work left to do. So, Oh, jeez. Who is... Oh, it's Dream O'Clock, baby. It's time for someone to get haunted.
Oh, great.
I definitely slip into bed with Mary.
Who, me?
Yep.
Okay, yes, that's fine.
Harlan,
Yeah.
you're in a library.
All right.
What's Harlan doing there?
That's a very
Harlan
good
can't
question.
Get fucked.
Fucking got him!
Zing.
But yes, Harlan, you're in a library. This isn't where you went to sleep.
Ah,
You don't feel like you are sleeping now.
been a while since I got blackout drunk and ended up somewhere I really wasn't supposed to be, but that could be now. On stout? No, that doesn't sound like me. I'm gonna look around the library.
You're having a hard time walking. It's like you're made out of molasses. God forbid. Here's hoping something doesn't, like, try to fight you. You're gonna fucking throw fucking molasses punches. It's gonna be deeply embarrassing. We've all had that
Oh, I
nightmare.
hate dreams like that. I'm gonna look for the look at the books.
The robed figures are thick in this place, going to and fro, hither and yon, and checking out books, reading them, putting them back on the shelf, organizing them.
Oh.
You find a book. It is labeled Heir of the Forsaken.
Air with an H.
Yep.
Now that sounds useful. I open the book.
Every page is an illustration of a woman sitting in this library.
Okay. What'd she look like?
She looks like she's clearly elven in some capacity. Sorry, Harlan, you are not a race science expert. I don't see any calipers in your inventory, so it's unclear if you if she is an elf or a half elf, or maybe some lesser degree of elf. She's got pointy ears.
Good pointy ears. No phrenology going around here?
Sadly, Harlan, you didn't put any points in profession phrenologist, so you have no idea. Um, but sharp features, blue eyes. You remember she has blue eyes, and she sweats at the sight of scissors. And then you wake up.
Before Harlan will move to tear a page from the book.
You go to tear a page from the book. You wake up with sweaty palms.
It looks around the little room. Is anyone awake?
No one is awake yet.
What time does it appear to be?
It's impossible to tell. You are underground.
Oh, I forgot that. Yep.
Oh, you know what? There is a clock. Gnomes have invented the clock.
Yay!
Congratulations. You have a timepiece. It is currently 2 in the morning. 2:32 a.m. to be precise.
Will attempt to go back asleep.
You have some trouble going back to sleep. Give me a raw charisma roll.
Attempt to seduce the Sandman.
Mr. Sandman.
Mr. Sandman, send me a man. That's an 18.
You dream again. You're back in the library.
God fucking damn it!
You have more control than you did before. You don't feel like molasses anymore. You feel like vinegar. Bubbling, burbling, strong.
I take the book.
You grab the book again. Give me a perception roll.
Let's see. Unnatural 20.
One of the robed figures is staring at you. The rest go about their business, but this one is looking at you. What lies beyond that cloak is shadowed in complete darkness. Give me a
Harlan
perception roll.
opens. Yep. 11.
It's curious to see a man with 3 fingers on each hand.
Yes, it is. I open the book and point to the image.
You are
You
successfully
know who
pointing.
this is?
You hear a voice, and the hooded figure just says, "You can see me."
Well, yeah, you're right there.
Curious.
He holds up the book again. You see her?
Yes, I do.
Who is she?
I'm not sure I should tell you.
Well, I'm going there anyway, and I'm gonna figure it out one way or another.
Then I'll see you when you get here.
You can't save me a little time?
Sorry, no.
Fate of the world?
My dear man, if only you knew so much about the fate of the world.
Oh, you're one of those.
When you get to be as old as I am, when you get to be as learned as I am, you know a thing or two about the fate of the world.
And I'll take your word for it. And again, he tries to tear the page from the book.
You tear the page from the book. You wake up. Your hands are sweaty. It is 3 in the morning.
I swear to fucking baby Marduk.
3:23 a.m.
I get up, take a piss, walk around, and attempt to go back to sleep.
Give me a charisma roll.
Mr. Sandman,
Yes.
I'm so sleepy.
Bum,
A
bum,
7
bum,
that
bum.
time.
What did you get?
A 7.
You go the fuck to sleep. You wake up at an appropriate hour with everyone else.
Thank God.
Oh man, it's time for breakfast. I hope you all like porridge! Brr, 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 brr.
Meow.
I hope you weren't intending on putting any fruit in that.
Would that be illegal in the eyes of Morden?
Too sweet.
Far too rich in the eyes of Moradin. You may be permitted to put in a few almonds.
Whoa, texture.
I slowly slip my bag of dried fruit from the hell jungle back into my backpack.
No, I mean, like, you can add your own fruit if you want. They're not gonna expect you,
Oh, good.
non-dwarves, to adhere to the rights of Muradin, but, like, if you were hoping for, like, maple syrup or fruit or brown sugar or fucking anything to put in this, the answer is, what are you talking about?
Oh God.
If you tell them you want if you tell them you want fruit in your oatmeal, they're gonna look at you like you want pineapple on pizza.
Just enough milk to turn it into a paste and not a drop more.
Not one fucking drop more. We've calculated it out.
There's an entire treatise on this.
We have the receipts.
Pineapple on pizza is delicious.
Oh yeah, no, but that means that it's not allowed.
Ah.
Things that are delicious are not allowed.
No.
This place is the
Flavor
worst.
is a distraction.
This place is the worst. Take me back to the graveyard.
Well, welcome to a world without Marduk. Everyone's fucking clinging to their weirdo racial gods.
You guys insisted we could stay here.
The bath was worth it.
That was nice.
Fine.
It's true, the bath was worth it.
And I slept way better here than I would on a cot in the ground. Anyway, I know who we're looking for.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Blue-eyed, maybe an elf, maybe a half-elf, sweats the sight of scissors.
Harlan,
And how do you know
wish
this?
you could have said that with so much cheer, but as you slip into speaking about the description, the color bleeds out of your voice.
So I was
Alright,
purposely
let
not
me
listening to
try
the
that
dream.
again. Yeah, she's an elf, a half-elf, she sweats at the sight of scissors.
You okay there, bud?
You do not notice any discrepancy.
What do you mean? Yeah. Well, it was a weird dream. Like a hooded figure with 3 fingers. And he holds out the little like Star Trek hand sign.
Huh.
Kind of a prick. Like just that kind of, I know more than you do kind of asshole.
How do you know that this is anything more than a dream?
Well, I had it twice after waking up, and that doesn't usually happen.
Are you often prophetic?
I'm often pathetic. Yeah, but
Not-
like when you're in a dream, right? And you're trying to read something and you can't read it because you're in a dream.
Sure.
Well, I could read the title of the book, so it wasn't a dream.
What was the title of the book?
What was it? Heir of the Forsaken?
Heir of the Forsaken.
Heir of the Forsaken.
Does that
Heir
mean
with an
anything to
H.
me?
I mean, Marduk was known as the Forsaken. He was abandoned by his father and sent to Earth as its one and true savior to fight Marduk. I'm sorry, to fight himself. No, to fight Gemma in a battle to the death. He assembled an army and fought a battle that lasted 100 days. Like, can you imagine of 3 months of war? Like 3 months of battle. The battle doesn't end. We got people sleeping in shifts so they can go die later. It was fucked up.
I suppose it doesn't hurt as far as leads go.
You said something about an elf or a half elf?
Yeah, not real good at telling them apart, to be honest. Just pointy ears.
Derzul looks like he's in physical pain for a moment. Like,
Ears, blue eyes. Beautiful woman.
Sweats at the sight of scissors.
yeah, I think the scissors thing is significant. Seems kind of weird.
That's the most important
weird,
fact
but
that
it's
you
a-
were given.
But it's a detail that showed up twice, so I'm not gonna fight it. But I may buy myself a pair of scissors just to see it start looking a little damp at the sight.
Does this seem familiar to Cass in any way?
Give me a knowledge local roll.
I've been doing so well in those tonight.
Gather up every elf, half elf, and every other person with pointy ears and blue eyes and just show them a pair of scissors.
Every time I roll knowledge local, it's a 6. I roll a 6.
Oh
It's
man.
an 8. I have an 8. It's just the
Pick a
adjusted roll.
different die.
Get fucked.
This
Well,
is the same roll die that's rolling like high for everything else, but whenever it's knowledge local.
well, I mean, like, Harlan is talking about the library. There's a library in Wind City. No one can miss it.
Well, we were going there anyway, so. We'll look for this book and we'll look for this elf, and we'll look for your mysterious figure.
At least it gives us some sort of direction.
You
Mary-
mention all of this, and Mary shivers.
Mary, I wanted to ask you. Do you feel like taking the seat of Marduk, even though you'd have to fight your father?
Absolutely. I'd love nothing more. I don't think anyone else would be able to do it responsibly.
Have you
I
ever
like your
heard?
attitude.
He left me in not the greatest position. And I don't exactly blame him for it, but he's not blameless for it. And I know more about him than just about anyone else. If only from the stories I've heard and the teachings I've been given. And I know I need to keep him in his place.
Have you ever heard the saying that anyone who actually wants the job probably isn't the right person for the job?
I'm familiar with it, yes. If that's a mark against me, then consider it in your estimation.
Well, I mean, actually, I just think that anyone who would want that fucking job is crazy.
I've got an
I don't know.
urge to help the world. Whether it's
Oh.
on the empty throne or in my daily life, I'll do it one way or another.
Oh, you're one of the. Oh.
Pardon?
Yep. Never caused any harm. Trying to save the world.
Are you familiar with surgery?
Yeah.
Sometimes harm is the only way to save something.
And what would you be surgically removing?
It's not about removal. It's just about surgery. You don't need to cut anything out, but you do need to cut them open to put things right.
Cass is mentally lowering her rating for Mary to be take the throne.
Yep.
It's like in any of
First-
those like killer games where it's like what +1 to suspicious or whatever.
+1 to suspicion.
You're like -1 to the best heir.
Those who are unwilling to commit violence are almost certainly going to become victim to it.
I can empathize with that. Given the chance, in this
Well-
scenario, I would want to do the same thing. Take up arms against my father.
Look, we don't want to kick her dad's ass. That's got nothing to do with it.
We changed the subject. Please.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
Cassandra looks distinctly uncomfortable with this.
Yeah, how much farther to Wind City?
3 days travel. Oh man. What's the name of the goddess of peace in Faerun? Eldath.
Yep.
I do like how Tempest, like, one might think that that of any deity, Tempest would take issue with his diametric opponent, Eldath, the goddess of peace, yet the two do not consider each other enemies. He considers her naive, but he respects her deep conviction, and so generally ignored her and punished followers who abused her priests. I get some serious nobody can make fun of my little sister but me vibes from that relationship. Oh, I'm gonna go fuck with the priests of Eldath. What the fuck did you just say to me, you little bitch?
Only I get to do that.
Only I get to do that. Only I get to give them noogies and throw them in their lockers because man, they should know better. Anyway, yes, there are 3 days of travel between you and Wind City.
Well, let's hope the next place has something a little more lively.
No guarantees.
Maybe something a little bit more roomy too.
You can always stay at a
Yeah, that
farmhouse
probably
or
wasn't
sleep
too
in a barn.
comfortable for you.
Oh boy, no, not that. Okay, you head out on the road. It is cloudy. Everybody use up 1 day worth of rations, por favor.
Okay.
Oh boy. The next day has Draconic Clouds. Clouds
What does
shaped like
that
dragons and winged worms twist through the sky, sometimes colliding and tearing into each other.
Huh.
This has been a more common weather phenomenon lately. And as you approach Wind City, as you can imagine, the weather is windy.
That
Somehow
suits it.
I thought that would be, I don't know, just metaphorical or something.
A misnomer?
Yeah, whatever that.
Whatever that
Oh,
word
goodness,
was.
no.
Whatever that means.
Now there are actually wind turbines around too in this area,
Yep.
right?
Uh,
Are they windmills? I mean,
yes.
like classic old-fashioned windmills.
Mm-hmm.
This
Some
is
some are a little bit more
fucking Austria.
advanced, but for the most part, it's windmills and the occasional wind turbine.
If the disciples of the Metal Mother had their way, everything would be a wind turbine.
You know, wrong.
But they're still, the traditionalists win out here.
I remember driving through Austria is like freaky because there are so many wind turbines. I mean, like thousands of them. Of course, they have a very good carbon footprint.
Yeah, welcome to Wind City. Is big city? Congratulations, you have found it.
Oh, so 3 days of trail rations knocked off now?
3 days knocked off.
Okay.
Were there any other towns in between, or were we roughing it?
Nope. You were sleeping on the side of the road.
You said 3 days. You said 3 days total of rations are gone.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Are we in Wind City now, or
You are
do we still...
currently outside Wind City.
Okay.
See it off in the distance.
Approximately 42,000 people.
Mary, are you going to be okay going in?
Me? Yeah.
Well,
No, Mary.
Oh.
Meredith. I shouldn't have come up with that nickname. It's caused endless confusion.
and it will continue to do so until we get to go. If we were in a script, we'd be fired. We'll just have to see how they feel about me. I'm honestly more concerned about Durs.
I feel like this is an appropriate image for Wind City. Let it be canonized. And if it's already been canonized, they changed it. It's slightly
It looks
different
now.
You can always change your face if you want.
That takes more effort than I'm willing to expend. I'll just keep my forked tongue behind my teeth.
Yes. Cass still doesn't know that.
Nope. No, she does not. Technically, Meredith can cast Disguise Self, but does not have the spell-like ability anymore.
And someone with more power than me pinned that image of Wind City.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall we approach the gate?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to open the original here because I can't see these names. Okay, there.
The guards here are much better equipped than the guards of Little Featherham, or whatever it was called. Rotherham.
Where is the kind of university district? I mean, in terms of, is it the scholars farthing
I'm gonna go with yes.
or East Home district?
East Home District sounds better.
Okay,
There
just
we
curious.
go. And it's closer to the Great Arch Village, where the Senate can be found. In the
Yeah,
Indigo
it's also
Castle Ward, to be precise. And then, of
the
course,
the
there's
two.
Knights Temple Village, which is where the Holy Guard, well, is / used to be.
Yeah, I imagine Cass really knows the cast artist district and the East Home district.
Oh yeah, man. Art's happening here, baby.
Oh, and where does Grimm live?
Oh, Grimm lives in the Lions District. I'm about to say, you're in Wind City. The city is your oyster. You may go where you wish.
Well, I mean, we've been on the road for a few days. I wouldn't
Wish
mind.
to get cleaned up, get a stiff drink, and a long nap.
What time of day is it?
I don't
Or-
care.
It is afternoon.
Where did we are we just where are we in the city, like where
Yeah,
did
which
we enter
entrance
it?
are we coming in?
You would come in from the west side. So you'd be coming in from the Lamp Ward or the Golden Wall District.
Okay.
Harlan, Meredith, this is the closest thing to the World Bazaar you've seen in days.
Harlan relaxes considerably.
Cleaner and more aesthetically coherent.
So much cleaner. The
Stone
river
under my
the
feet.
river don't stink, and you don't know what to make of that.
Like, that's weird. That's what water smells like. But this water doesn't smell like water.
What's in the Demons District? Seems odd to have such a place.
Well, you know that Holt district that Holt worship is getting around.
Sure is. It's probably the safest place for us. Oh, at least
Oh,
for the two of
there's
us.
some decent taverns in the Lions district. Near where I am.
That would put us close to the university.
About to say, you can go to the university looking for the girl that Harlan saw in his dream, or you can go to the Knights Temple Village and search through the Holy Guard records to determine what would make a true paragon of Marduk. Or both, you know what? You're not limited to just one. Two things can be true.
Two things can be true.
Alternatively, you can get trashed and go farm cabbages, and,
And that can just be the campaign.
Right, it won't be the most insightful campaign, but hey, man, I'll whip your asses into shape eventually.
No, we should establish let's grab a place at an inn and make that our base of operations as we move over the city.
Oh goddamn. You find the Ice Blade.
Is that a place that Cass is familiar with?
I'm gonna go with yes. On Jet Falls Avenue, north of the library, is the Ice Blade. Its neighbors include a library of charms and compulsions and the grand home of a male dwarf named Zargok. The inn is a large half-timbered building with elf-wrought tables and chairs. Accommodations consist of several large rooms with beds and woolen mattresses. The innkeeper is a charming male halfling named Rafolk Voche. He is a retired soldier and often tells stories of the war against the graveyard.
The places that Cass goes to tend to be, again, she lives in a little bit of a bubble. They tend to be more like tiefling type friendly and, less. Mm, it's sort of she deals with liberal type folks.
Oh,
That's the best way
yeah.
to describe it.
Rafolk is a bitter leaf. He's pretty fucking liberal. Like, I don't know. It comes with the territory of being a bitter leaf. It's strange. He's open and accepting in his intolerance.
He truly does hate everyone equally.
He truly does.
Especially hates cops.
Oh man, you know who Rafolk hates? The fucking cops, baby. I don't answer questions. Well, I mean, we really need help in this investigation. Ain't that a fucking pity? You got a warrant? Step off, copper.
Well, I should go home, tell Grimm I'm back in town, explain to him that I kind of fucked up, and see if maybe he knows something can point us in the right direction.
If this Grimm is the one who gave you the job,
No,
then
no,
no?
no. He would have. It's not a job he would have approved of. That's another friend. They don't get
Oh.
along.
Gotcha.
They don't get along at all.
Are we going to have to worry about this other friend while we're here?
I was just gonna sort of avoid her. I mean,
The city's not that big.
she's little. It's big for her.
All right.
I should probably talk to her.
Why?
I mean, she's a friend. I mean, she doesn't usually try to screw me. She probably figured it was a legit job. At least I like to think she did.
Or she might have taken a cut to make sure that it was you that went down to the district.
If she knows about the job, she might know about Niamisa, and we don't want Niamisa knowing about us.
Exactly.
That's the reason why I was saying I was going to avoid her. But
I thought you just said you were going to go talk to her.
well, I can't make up my mind. It's just like I feel kind of bad. I mean, she's probably losing some money after this. So
It's the fate of the world.
yeah, maybe.
Don't make me pull the act of the disappointed big sister. If you go
Well,
and
here,
talk to
how about-
your ex.
How about this?
You're not texting your ex again, are you?
Let's go, get a drink, get something to eat, get cleaned up, have a nap. Then afterwards, after you've done all that, then we'll talk about it. But you gotta take care of the body before you can take care of your heart.
What?
Isn't the
No,
body...
no. I don't fuck Teresa. She's, she's a buddy.
Just a buddy.
Gal pals!
Well, buddies are part of your heart too.
They were roommates, clearly.
Oh yes, I've
They
had a
were
lot of
roommates.
girlfriends.
Is this like a girlfriend, or just a girlfriend?
Two
What?
things can be true.
Two things can be true.
No, I don't have a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Yeah, had enough of that.
And you are the wisest one here. And Meredith is going to just put a hand on your shoulder and move towards the bar.
Oh,
Meredith will pay
no.
for rooms.
Shit. All right.
Actually,
Verzul will buy you a drink.
Vahi looks at you, Meredith, and just says, "Your money's no good here." Wink.
Then consider this falling out of my pocket, and I'll put 10 gold pieces on the bar. And just tell him to send a fine bottle over to the table in the corner.
Very well then. He produces a bottle of gin.
Ooh, yeah.
Who's ready for some of that there pinecone water?
I sure am.
We
You all
got
think
grouse,
interesting
cabbage,
things
blue
around here.
cheese, baked fairy dragon, shrimp, biscuits, peaches, duck, pheasant, beetroot, and pork, as well as beer, mead, brandy, stout, cider, and gin.
This is
You
a
say
much better
baked
place.
fairy dragon?
Fairy dragon.
Baked?
I'll have some of that.
Cass looks freaking horrified. But, ugh.
If you don't like it, you ain't gotta eat it.
Oh no, I'm eating it. It sounds exotic.
Yeah, I'm also having some baked fairy dragon.
It's fucking delicious.
Durs already has like 2 eaten, like on while you all are talking about it. Like he's mouthed through 2 of them already. Like
He's got one in each hand and he's just taking one bite after
Yep.
the other.
Yep.
They're fucking people. That you could talk to them. They're really nice. Ugh.
This is why they hate us. The cannibalism.
You travel with strange...
Look, I ain't seen a fairy dragon before, so...
Well, let's say he looks at you, Meredith, and just says, "You travel with strange sorts," but I understand.
These are strange times.
I fought with people I would have disagreed a lot, against the hordes of the dead back when they were a problem. But strange enemies make strange bedfellows of us all.
Amen to that, my good man. And I'll raise a little shot glass of the fine gin that he brought us.
Oh, this halfling bartender is 3 sheets to the wind, baby.
Very, very good.
Me? Work? Sober? You must have me confused with somebody else.
Saying a fucking dwarven Mardin worshipping shithole.
Oh, no. Derzul, Meredith, you both succeed on your sense motive rolls.
We're among friends.
Yeah, Volki is a Holt worshipper.
Nice.
I should mention Volki is his nickname. His last name is Bitterleaf because that's his clan name. And you won't find Bitterleaf in the Tolkien clan names. I stole it from somebody else.
That is okay. I love the bitter leaves being spread across many different campaigns.
Oh yeah,
Me
man.
too.
Bitterleaf's
I wanna-
everywhere.
I want to do a little blessing, a little whole type blessing over his his establishment.
If Harlan starts eating the fairy dragon too, I'll just give him a look of horror.
No, I
Harlan.
think Harlan will stick to something a little more traditional.
Fair enough. Who wants some duck? Some fucking
The
delicious duck.
duck and potatoes. Now that's my speed. That's
Oh.
You know, you can train those to talk, right?
Yeah,
Duck?
if you, or if you...
You
or if
can't
speak
train
the
a
right-
duck to talk.
You sure
Have you ever
can.
No,
But-
you can't. You're pulling my leg.
They're
Nope.
slightly smarter than rocks.
You If you speak the right language, you can talk to basically anything. So I don't know why the whole talking thing is a barrier.
Oh, huh. Ducks can learn to mimic speech.
Yep.
That being said, they're not talking. They
I
just know how
mean,
to
how do
replicate.
we define it, really? Like,
Ugh.
if we're getting into a question of, like, eating morality.
Listen, this is the next best thing to veal that I've had in a very long time.
This is true. Fairy dragon is delicious. It is almost certain that Mr. Vahi will be hunting the Baloth before long. You best enjoy it while you
Indeed.
can.
The Baloth will start hunting Mr. Vahi.
Right. I gotta go hunt the Baloth. Goodbye, Mr. Vahi. Goodbye, Miss Hargrave.
Yep. uh,
I should mention, all hunters who delve too greedily end up fighting the Baloth. And the Baloth is a huge bitch.
I remember the Baloth fight.
Yep. They're filled with bugs.
They sure are.
Yep.
I remember the party getting very, very mad at me for holding my action for literally ever.
Its diet consists of fruits, plants, small woodland animals, large woodland animals, woodlands, fruit groves, fruit farmers, and small cities.
So basically everything? Its
Yeah.
diet consists of everything?
You're not wrong. I'm trying to find the other flavor text. It's like, its stomping can be felt from miles away. Its bellowing changes the weather.
Oh, goody. That sounds like the right thing to piss off.
It's
And
a...
if you kill one, something much bigger and worse notices you.
That's also true.
Oh, good.
But
You're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
hunters who hunt too often and do not respect the land grow obsessed with hunting the Baloth, at which point they go off into the wilds and die.
If a Baloth isn't hungry, it's dead.
Yeah. Uh-huh. That is correct.
I've probably heard of this creature before.
Oh, yeah, no.
Oh, definitely.
Baloths are ordained to hunt. Like, elves ordain Baloth hunts by consulting Gaia herself for permission.
Ah.
And if permission is granted, then they are able to hunt the Baloth. And it offers... natives use every part of the buffalo, elves use every part of the Baloth.
That sounds right.
The hide, the tusks, the teeth, the eyes, every piece of it is used to create masterful weapons and armor of mass destruction.
I was a bit young the last time there was a hunt, but I do remember what needed to happen.
And sometimes you get the Baloth, and sometimes the Baloth gets you.
Not.
If the Baloth gets you, you just weren't strong enough. You should have done better.
Oh, yeah,
If
no,
you-
straight up.
If you hear it, it's too late.
Uh-huh. That is correct. I can't remember what I used for Baloths in D&D, but...
This one's good too. Its territory is defined by wherever it is at this moment.
Oh, this one's good. Villagers employ watchdogs as guardians and companions. Druids prefer something a little bigger.
That's why we can't hunt Clem down, because of the blood plague.
Yeah.
Oh, honey, it would go very poorly for you.
Bitch just has an army of Baloths.
No, you just need one. And the
If you're
bugs
good,
it
you
contains
just need
within
one.
it. If you're good, you just need one. Fuck. Ugh. One of my favorite RP moments of all time. That I committed, that I perpetrated, to be specific. Have I told you all that story? if I may.
It's a good one.
Please do.
I was playing as a changeling in World of Darkness, and most of my muscle was I put 5 dots in retainer to attain a slick homeless manservant by the name of Cookie. And Cookie did all the fighting for me. But after my character regained his stomach for war, he borrowed Cookie's little 38 purse gun. And we were going back to the Freehold to thwart a vampire plan, and we had pissed off the mob, the local mob, whatever. And a bunch of mobsters showed up to stop us. And I had acquired a vampiric companion at the time whose name was Juice. And Juice hotwired a car, and we were driving towards the changeling Freehold, and this mob boss was like, unloading bullets into my companions, and he didn't see me coming up. And I borrowed Cookie's gun, and Juice's weapon of choice was an Uzi. He just pissed bullets. That was his strategy. And I had a whole bunch of luck magic, and so I looked to Juice and said, I respect your battle strategy. I understand what you do, why you do it, and how you do it. And I gave myself +4 dice, gave him -2 on defense, and got 8 agains, and shot him in the head with 1 shot. Called shot for the head, 6 successes. Dude's fucking dead. I can only do that once a day, and then I hand the gun back to Cookie, and I say, when you're good, you only need 1.
Damn.
Oh, that is an excellent moment.
It was fucking killer. That being said, I could only do that once a day, so I was like, well, if I have to kill anyone else, I can't do it.
But hey, if you're good, you only need 1.
You only need 1. The other cool thing about the ability is that if you use it again on someone, they critically fail their roll. So I would frequently bless them for 1 turn and then curse them for all subsequent turns. And when you critically fail, wacky shit happens. Anyway, you're at the Ice Fang Tavern. Mr. Vaki Bitterleaf is chillin'. Oh god, if you hear it, it's too late. When you write, you write.
Well, I should swing by my house. Well, it's not really my house, but
Grimm's house.
yeah. He's not going to be happy. But,
Do you want company, or is it something you've got to do alone?
well, I don't know if... I mean...
Does Grimm want company?
We can arrange that.
Grimm's pretty social. But he's not sort of a big fan of you guys. I mean, Meredith's probably okay because she's my sister. Maybe some interesting explaining going on.
I can go and let you do the talking. If things turn nasty.
It's not going to turn nasty.
If things turn nasty, then I'll let my halberd do the talking.
Grimm is my best friend. Don't fucking hit him with a halberd.
I won't. I didn't say I would kill him with a halberd. Fine.
What's that? So you probably kicked your ass at this point.
You're probably right.
Well, all right. We'll hang out here, and if we hear ruckus coming from that end of town, we won't, because it's too far away. Good luck.
The 3 of us could go check out the library while we wait.
We could. Or we could wait here. Hold down the fort. Just in case they need us here for anything.
I'm not sure how welcome I will be in particular in the library.
Oh, all are welcome in the library.
Can you read?
Yes.
You're welcome.
All right.
The library is around as... Yeah, you can see people from everywhere there. I mean, you probably won't be the only mutants there.
Honestly, with the Holy Guard as a shell of its former self, the library is probably the biggest draw to this city.
Yeah, most people don't come here for the Senate.
No.
Well, I'm
No.
fine going.
Is it
helping.
still as much a farce as it ever was?
Well, you know, things have slightly improved, but they're also worse in other ways. It's really a push.
Who's in power right now? Who's the spokesperson?
Oh, man. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da.
Well, Harlan, do you want to go see if we can find your dream girl?
I suppose.
I mean, I'm only up for it because it's the only lead we have. Otherwise,
Harlan,
it all seems a little fishy to me.
Harlan looks longingly at the rest of the gin and stands up finally.
That sweet, sweet gin.
You really are an alcoholic, aren't you?
Yeah.
Excuse
Sure.
me. I believe Harlan puts the fun in a functioning alcoholic. The current Prime Minister of Wind City is one Tunagal Bloodbellow and half-orc. Some say that they got by purely on their diversity.
I was about to say, that seems remarkably progressive.
Uh-huh.
Almost suspiciously so.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course not, we're just speculating.
I'm just a little guy. It's my birthday.
I wouldn't deny a guy a little political speculation on his birthday.
No. Just a little political speculation on his birthday.
It's my birthday. Elect me into office.
All right. So Harlan, Derzul, and Som, do you go to the library?
I guess
Yeah.
so.
Holy fuck! This library is big.
Who the fuck needs this many books?
When we go before we go to the library, can I stop at like a vendor somewhere and purchase a pair of scissors?
You may.
To take to the library.
Yeah, man.
No, actually, would my grooming kit have a pair of scissors?
Yes.
Cool, never mind. I'm good.
She's like holding the pair of scissors like a cross, or he's like holding a pair of scissors like a cross. And it's like,
Oh. Ah, piss. No. The dice, they have fallen. Oh, God.
BRB.
Oh, that die is gone, baby. It'll show up later.
Hope it wasn't a D4.
It was not.
Well, then it won't show up later embedded in your foot. Probably.
Cass, you do in fact spy with your little eye one of Terfa's people.
I do my best to avoid notice.
Meredith, I would need you to roll disguise. It's more important that you prevent yourself from being seen by guardsmen, unless you refuse to remain
Stepped away
hidden.
for 2 seconds.
Right, but just throwing that out there.
I kind of take cover behind Meredith and maybe change my face
Slorp.
before moving on.
Yes, Harlan, you equip scissors.
He's just got him in his pocket.
Fuck, this library is big.
This is another reason they hate us, Psalm. They can't keep oral histories. It all has to be stored in books.
And
What a
scrolls.
What a waste of space.
Agreed.
A hooded figure comes to you, Psalm.
Hello?
I respect the power of oral history, but at the same time, a memory changes every time you remember it. The words on the page do not change.
Oh, okay? And then I, start to walk away. Okay.
You walk away from a hooded figure with 3 fingers.
I do not walk away.
Harlan looks at him. Says, "Oh, hi there. We know each other?"
I believe we do. You were here 3 days ago.
Yes, I was.
Yes, you were.
Now that I've made the requisite pilgrimage here, mind if I take another look at that book?
The book doesn't exist in the material plane.
Oh, are you freaking kidding me?
It existed only in your understanding of the place.
Well, shoot.
I'm curious what you saw in there.
It was a... Wait, did you not see it?
There was nothing in your hand but blank pages.
Huh. I thought you were just being unhelpful.
No.
If he attempts again to describe the woman he saw in the dreams, does his voice do the same weird thing?
Yes.
He will, he will describe her in the same way that he described her earlier, probably once again not noticing that his voice changes as he does it.
Interesting.
I don't suppose you would have any idea of where we could find such a person?
No. Well, yes, but I don't want to
God
tell you.
bless you! Sorry, Monsters woke himself up with a giant sneeze.
You don't want to tell us?
No.
Why?
She's in a very delicate place. She's been through enough.
Well,
We don't mean her harm.
I mean, he kind of tries to peek under the hood, just tilting his head a little bit. Unless you're her, and I don't see any bright blue eyes, and you don't seem to be sweating. He holds out his little pair of scissors in his hand. I think it should be up to...
I would say there's nothing under his hood but darkness.
I think that'd be up for her to decide.
Then if you find her, you can bring it to her attention. I'm not going to help.
Is she on this plane?
Yes. But the library is vast. It's difficult to track someone down.
She's here in the library.
That is where librarians work, yes.
Oh, she's one of the librarians.
I was never any good at keeping secrets.
We don't mean her any harm. She's just...
And we didn't hear it from you.
Like I said, you can cause a lot of harm without meaning it.
She's the answer to a very important question at the moment, that's all.
I bet.
Well, alright, see, here's the... Well, can I back up for a sec?
By all means.
My name's Harlan. What's yours?
My name is Alexander.
Yeah, it is, boy.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure fucking is.
Like there was any doubt.
Right.
Well, no, but I just wanted to hear him
you
say it.
All right. So Alexander, we're
Oh,
you know
Duzul,
us.
by the way, don't try to use intimidate on Alexander.
Or do. I'm not your real dad.
I mean,
Okay.
you can
None of you are my
roll.
real parents. I can do what I want.
You can roll. Don't expect a big result. Fucking, what's that line
Here's the
from
thing. We're
Labyrinth?
gonna.
It's been so long since I saw somebody. Can I please use my false alarm? Go ahead, but don't expect a big reaction. Of course not.
We're gonna end up spending a lot of time here looking for this person. But we're probably not gonna leave until we find her. You want to help us or not?
I don't. No.
All right.
Anything
Then-
we could tell you to make you feel more comfortable with us.
No. You can't
Fair enough.
imagine what she's
Harlan
gone through.
tips his hat and heads to the like circulation desk.
Where's Mary?
Mary is surreptitiously disappeared.
Curious.
How strange.
Things happen.
She has a very good stealth roll. You know what? I don't even know what her stealth is.
Big.
It suddenly goes up whenever I want it to. When it's to get away from the party, it becomes exponentially large.
She just turns invisible.
She's basically got the Batman thing.
She does, in fact, have the Batman thing.
You take your eyes off her for a second, and she can be anywhere.
And that bitch is fucking gone. Wow, her stealth is higher than I expected it to be. It's not stupidly high, but it is like, oh, huh. I wouldn't expect you to get a +5 on that. Dear God. Baby Jesus. What were you gonna say, Peth?
If I hear the description of this, does Zadru know enough about like people to like understand what the fuck this person is supposed to look like to find them?
He does.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, he says, holy shit, I know who you're talking about.
What the fuck?
Who are we talking about, Zadru?
Mother was looking for her. Her name is Selena.
Are you fucking shitting
What
on
the
my
fuck?
dick right now?
What the holy
Fuck
shit?
You. Fuck
I-
you.
I thought so.
Fuck.
I was hoping. Fuck you. I need to go take a wraith piss. I'll be right back.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
No, it's
Past
fine.
campaign horse shit.
I was like, elf, half elf, with something to do with Marduk. Oh,
Afraid of the sight of scissors.
I don't know about the scissors thing.
What can you tell me more about Selena, Zadru?
As near as I can tell, Selena was an adventurer who went to the Creator 40 years ago. I don't know how she would still be alive. Even a half-elf at 70, 80 years, that's old to be an adventurer.
Maybe she's a full elf.
She's not.
Oh, if you're relating this stuff aloud.
All right, I'm back, but I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, no, yeah, no.
I can relate this out loud.
Yeah.
Maybe not in front of Alexander.
No. Alexander has gone about his business. He doesn't have all time in the day to fuck with you guys. He just has enough time to show up for his cameo and say, "I don't think you should be here."
Alexander, you're always a fucking buzzkill. Would let Clem smash all the planes together to find Rivo.
How
Wouldn't
big
let...
is the library?
Oh, baby Jesus. Well, you know what? 80 years is not quite old for a half-elf. But it is beyond middle age.
So is that what you're implying is like Selena's like 80 years old or something?
She would have to be.
At least.
At least. But that's not what Harlan is describing.
What is Harlan describing if not Selena?
That's the strange thing. He's describing Selena, but younger. Maybe she found some way to cheat death? But that usually comes with a great toll.
You say this to the group some?
Yeah, yeah. So I'll be like, I'll have like Zadri like perched on my arm,
Yeah.
and I'll ask him a question verbally, and then I'll wait, and I'll like look, and I'll nod my head, and then I'll turn to everybody, and I'll say the same thing out loud that he just said to me. And then-
You can lend him your mouth if you wish.
Oh, sure. Yeah, he can. If he wishes to talk with my mouth, then yeah, he can talk.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, maybe she had a daughter?
No. After what Selena went through, I don't think she would ever have a child. And if she did, she would never name it after herself. She went through a lot. One of the reasons why Mother wanted to find her so badly. But y'all can give some perception rolls to go on the Selena search.
Yeah, let's do that. Is it Selena or Solandra?
Selena.
Oh.
Salandra is Dave's old character.
Oh, okay.
It's complicated.
They are related.
Can I, while searching, can I send Zadri on in a different direction to look?
You may indeed.
Okay,
And
so
in
here's
this place, a magical familiar would not be out of place.
Okay, so this is mine. And then let me roll for
Hoo-wee! I'll wait for Derzul to get back. Or Reese to get back for Derzul to roll the perception check. But in the meantime, I will go take a piss.
I am the whole session 1 fucking drama is I'm just like I have no input because I have no idea who any of these people are.
You will by the end of this.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
No, don't worry. I'm meeting them as we go, but like just the first initial reaction of like who the fuck is Alexander and who the fuck is Selena and who the fuck is Connor and all these other things. I'm like,
I'm
oh,
sorry.
okay.
Sorry, we
I have
really
to
tossed you in the deep end. You
I
and
have
me
to figure
both.
this shit out the hard way, apparently.
we just get excited whenever we go tread on the old ground. You know, it's just like it's like ah.
We didn't know
Yeah.
shit what was gonna happen in the graveyard, though. Like, that was not a place that we explored.
Right. Yeah, because Cap and I, obviously talked a lot during the week about what our predictions for game and stuff.
I
And
thought we were gonna be trapped in there for much longer.
yeah, Cap was like, I don't know about this whole graveyard thing.
I was very, very scared. And in fact, one of the traits that I took was specifically because I felt it in my butt that we were gonna go into the graveyard and fuck around there.
Aren't you like super against undead as an anti-paladin?
Anti-paladins don't get anything specifically for or against.
I thought they could control them or something.
It's not the type of anti-paladin that I am.
I was about to
Okay.
say that was in 3.5. You could rebuke undead and fucking control them.
You can like yoink control away from the people that made them. Not in Pathfinder and not the anti-paladin archetype that I'm playing.
No.
Well, and it would depend on like your spells and like your abilities too, right? Like
Yep,
'cause,
you'd have
like,
to basically
essentially
roll
you
a
could-
contested check.
Yeah.
You'd have to go all into spellcasting, which, like, if you're playing an anti-paladin for the spellcasting, I have news for you. Don't.
You could, in fact, play anything else.
Like, just play a vampiric bloodline sorcerer and have a great time.
Alternatively, a fucking cleric.
Blood Ragers are in pretty much the same ballpark.
I have one spell slot per day.
I've got 2. You should have more. You should have 2 too. Charisma, right?
No, I have one.
Oh.
So anti-paladins and paladins technically are able to cast spells at level 4, but they have 0 class slots. You only get a spell at level 4 when spellcasting is unlocked if you have a charisma high enough to give you a bonus slot.
Right.
And several times on their spell progression, that happens.
Okay, so I am a better spellcaster than you by a marginal amount. Great.
That is correct.
By a lot. I
How'd
wear
you
heavy armor, though.
do it?
It's the price you pay for being able to wear all armor and carry all weapons.
Yeah.
I mean, I get, like,
that's-
spell-like abilities, but it's not...
It's not.
not
It's
much
just
like
not the same.
It's not.
I was about to say, do you get to cast Miracle? I don't think you do.
No, but I get to do other things.
That's true. But
If you continue with your plan, that's going to be awesome too.
Yeah, I will be continuing with my plan.
when you get to invoke Deus Vult and just make it happen, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, it is. But, Reese, are you back?
Seems not.
I take that as a no. Okay, cool, I can continue talking shit.
And then there's this bitch.
And then there's this bitch.
I wonder if they might have nodded off.
It's a distinct possibility. Harlan, Zodru leads you to someone in the library. Dear God, she looks so happy. Harlan, give me a delicious will save.
Oh, she's so cute. 13?
You suffer it feels like a heart attack, but it ain't hitting like a heart attack. It's what we call in the business heart palpitations.
Ooh. His hand goes to his flask and he realizes he hasn't filled it up.
Oh no! Oh no!
We forgot.
You had that gin too.
You could have filled it with gin. If you're going to speak with her, there's gonna be a roll involved.
And I go, blah, 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 blah. And make a fucking fool of myself.
I'm about to say, otherwise you'll have to leave it to some, and some go for it.
I'll have to make a save too, right?
Nope.
Oh,
Only
no?
Harlan is experiencing this incredibly unpleasant sensation.
That's kind of unfortunate, because Harlan was the one that had the dream about this person.
Fucking isn't it?
I'll make a roll.
Oh, let's say Harlan, do you approach against your literal heart's literal best judgment?
Yes.
Sounds
That's
good.
what he's been doing his whole life.
Give me a beautiful fortitude save.
Okay.
These are up over.
Top. Woo! That's a nat 20 for a 25.
Hell yeah.
Spend a point of grit.
Oh, okay. All right.
And tell me, Harlan, did you hear a bell?
I didn't hear no bell.
The correct answer is, in fact, I didn't hear no bell. You fucking pound your heart back into shape. Like, literally pound your right hand against your chest with all of your little piddly strength, and you're able to continue normally. That being said, Sam, what the fuck is wrong with this man?
Yeah, Harlan, are you okay?
Yeah, heartburn. Happens when you're old.
I don't know if I believe you.
Make a heal check. Psalm or Zodger.
10?
10. I mean, stranger things have been known to happen.
Alright.
Like, some didn't think that heartburn was literally when your heart burns, but like, you know,
They say you got true grit.
What is Selena doing?
Selena is transcribing some books.
Cool, that's cool. That's neat, I guess.
I'll walk up to Selena and I'll ask her, are you the one that they call Selena? Knowing full well that she is the one that but yeah, I'll be like, are you Selena?
I am, yes.
We wanted to talk to you.
To me?
About, yes, to you.
Okay.
And I believe it will be a touchy subject. I believe it's about, being a Marduk, or an heir to to Marduk.
I wouldn't know anything. Well, I know a fair bit about that, but I'm just a librarian.
No, you're not.
Make a beautiful, beautiful diplomacy roll.
Good luck, buddy.
Yeah, boy. So I'm rolling for diplomacy a flat charisma, but that's a nat 20 for a 22.
Oh,
Holy
Whoa.
shit.
lordy.
You're on fire.
These dice are very happy tonight.
When you're hot, you're hot. And like her lip quivers as she says, "Nope, just a librarian, nothing else."
Harlan takes a seat across from her and rolls up his sleeves so she can see the Marduk sword tattooed on the inside of his arm. Look, I don't like to bother people when they're at their place of work doing their shit. But I had 2 dreams in a row looking at this big ass book. Heir to the Forsaken, you know who that is. And every page was a picture of you. Every page.
That's fascinating.
I'm not.
We have a very
Yeah.
interesting clairvoyance department. Perhaps you'd like to visit them.
Yeah, I mean, why would I? They'd point me right back here. And he just takes the little trim scissors out of his pocket and just starts spinning them.
Oh my god! Roll that beautiful intimidate footage.
Fair enough. An 18?
Oh my god. What are you
Okay.
doing to this poor girl?
I mean, Paige doesn't feel bad because she's a fucking war criminal, but you know.
Hey man, reincarnation is a wacky thing. She starts fucking sweating bullets and her eyes go wide like she's fucking on cocaine. And she starts breathing hard and she, like, tries to steady herself and knock some books off the desk and just says, "Could you put that away, please?"
Yeah. And he puts them away.
Thank you. I don't like sharp objects. They trouble me. Like, her
Like-
voice goes wide and vacant like Harlan's has.
Interesting.
Noted.
Like this. Man, we're fucking desperate. You're my only lead. I don't know who else to look for, if not for you. I don't want to take you out of this place. I don't want to hurt you or trouble you or do anything that, you know, will take that smile off your face we saw earlier. But without you, none of this shit gets to stay. None of it. So
I look at you and I see a man who might understand what desperation looks like.
yeah.
And, like, through gritted teeth and tear-stained cheeks, she just says, I there's nothing I can do. I can't help you. You must be looking for somebody else.
I'd like to look for somebody else, but you're my only lead. If you know someone that... Look, you and I both know a fair bit about Marduk. And we both know he's been gone a long, long time. And we both know that this world is spinning off its axis without him. We need to fix that. All of us. And right now you're my only counterweight.
It's a pity.
So either you help me find someone else, or I drag you out here kicking and screaming.
It's a pity I can't do anything about that, and I'd like to see you try.
Why not?
I just can't do anything about that.
Why not?
I just can't.
Why not?
Make a beautiful repetition diplomacy
Damn.
roll.
Why not? I can't. Yeah, but why?
But why though?
But why though?
But why though?
Let's see. 13?
I'm not a warrior. I don't have
Now we're
what
getting
it takes.
somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. I don't think... I mean, Marduk's a warrior, but More than that, he's a tactician. He's got the brains. It looks like you got him too.
But he needs to have the will to fight. And I don't have that. Sometimes I feel like I did, but I don't have it anymore.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Does would she potentially know, recognize, or have some ability to speak to Zaju about any?
Considering her 12 ranks in linguistics, I would hope so. Not 12 ranks, but her plus 12 in linguistics. Like, talking to a snake is not off the table.
Right. So, I I put Zaj I I take I call Zaju out and put him on the table, and I say, Zaju knows quite a bit about you, and maybe you and him can show each other something or talk and help us find another lead. Because Zaju said that Niamisa was looking for you, and Zaju doesn't want Niamisa to find anybody. Not him, not you, not anybody, so he wants to help as much as either of us.
She looks far off, and that absent voice returns. That absent tone returns to her voice as she just says, I remember that name. And Zodru looks at Yusam and says, she's too young. It can't be her.
She matches everything in the dream. I don't know why it wouldn't be her.
Hey, a lot of weird things happen. It's a magical world we live in. You got sent to me, and you were expecting to find someone, and I'm not that person. Harlan, you recognize there's a comma in that sentence. The comma precedes an invisible word that she does not utter. The word is anymore. I'm not that person anymore.
And Harlan almost says that's a pity, but something stops him.
Man, Salandra would be so pissed off with you guys right now.
That's nice. That's how I know I'm doing things correctly.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. That's so good. Fucking Jake in fucking shaky motion screaming could not have like embodied what is happening here more.
And crying.
And crying. Let's not forget the crying. Just
The tears are very important. I'm holding it together, but barely.
I'm about to say, and her final phrase to you is, I'm not that person. I'm not who you're looking for anymore.
Well, you want to help us find someone who is?
I'll see what I can do. I've got some broad reach over the records.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Harlan stands, tips his hat to her.
Derzul, give me a beautiful sense motive roll
Yo.
with all of your Inquisitor might.
I'll try. I will try and I will succeed.
Fuck yeah. Oh my god, that's exactly what I was looking for.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
Jesus Christ.
Derzul, you've been around a group of fighters. You're traveling with them right now. Meredith, Harlan, Cass, they all move like fighters. They've been conditioned over years and decades of suffering and hardship to act a certain way. Maybe that's why you like Psalm so much. He doesn't have that. Sorry, Psalm. You've got a base attack bonus of 2, so that means you don't get to be a cool fighter man.
No, it's okay. Zadra has a higher base attack bonus than I do, so it's fine.
Oh yeah, no, and like reading a snake's fighting ability, not so easy. Is that snake a good fighter or is it just a snake? Fucking question mark. But yeah, so like Psalm, he don't move like a fighter. He don't know what he's doing. But like Harlan and Meredith in particular, they just slide into a sort of way of being where like, oh, I'm gonna get up from a chair. I'm gonna get up from this chair in a way that like I'll be ready to defend myself if something goes down. And it's just something you do automatically. You've been doing it for so long, you don't even realize you're doing it.
Sure.
She moves like that. She's in a fucking library. What's she got to be afraid of?
I ask her that exact question. He just perks up from the back of the group and says, for someone who says they're not a fighter, you sure move like one. Like somebody who needs to defend themselves at a moment's notice. What do you have to be afraid of here? Paper cuts? And he just looks her dead in the eye.
Maybe I used to be a fighter. Maybe I did something really bad. And maybe I don't ever want to be able to do it again.
Maybe this is your chance to atone.
Maybe this is atonement. Maybe you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Maybe you're scared.
I am scared.
Maybe you shouldn't be.
You don't... You don't know.
I think the healthiest thing for someone with godlike powers would be for them to be at least aware of their own capabilities.
Good thing I'm not a god.
Perhaps even a bit scared of the capabilities of what they could accomplish. That seems like the type of person who should rule.
Read my
Someone
lips.
who is aware of their power.
Read my lips. I am a librarian.
For now.
Like, when you say, for now, her left hand clenches into a fist.
Uh-huh.
There's powerful intent in that fist.
Oh, yes.
Like, Derzul, you're not the sort of man to be afraid of a fist fight, but like,
No, I'm trying to push her.
Oh yeah. Like when that bitter leaf reaches for that flail, you're like, oh no, there's gonna be a fight. When this girl clenches that fist, you're like, oh no, I'm gonna get slugged in the mouth, and I'm gonna deserve it.
You're not afraid of me, that's clear.
I'm not afraid of a lot of things, and quite frankly, that scares me.
What if we could help you with whatever it is you're trying to atone for?
Oh no. No. I got out the game. I don't know why exactly. All I know is that it's best if I stay out.
Not according to my God, it's not.
That's
and I to listen to him.
That's great. Zeal makes people do a lot of stupid things.
Is that what made you do the stupid thing that you feel you need to atone for? Zeal.
No. What made me do the stupid thing was filial piety. Like, when she says filial piety, her voice drowns out again.
Oh, buttons. The buttons are being pushed.
And you don't want this? Not even a small part of you?
No, there's a pretty fucking big part of me that wants it, and that's what tells me it's a bad idea.
You want it less than one of the other people that we're looking at. And frankly, you make me more comfortable about the whole thing than they do. But your will is your own, and if it's not what you want, for now, I guess we'll take you at your word.
You don't know what I've done. Fine. You don't believe me? I'll bring a history to you.
Shit.
Alright.
Oh boy!
Oh boy!
Oh boy!
Oh, boy.
The War Crime Express!
I remember
Toot
this
toot.
book.
Mm-hmm.
In character, remember this book.
Which book are you referring to specifically?
Solandra's account.
Oh, man. Yup. She brings a book, a dusty tome, the account of the the account of the Dragon Emperor, writ in truth by Solandra. What's her last name? Batalis. Solandra Batalis. And she flips forward about halfway through the book to one of the greatest war crimes that ever happened.
Mm-hmm.
The obliteration of Armstrong. The whole region carpet bombed.
Mm-hmm.
And she just points to that and says, I don't know how, but I know I did that.
Durzul just keeps the most unimpressed look on his face the entire time. And then just says, someone who we lauded as a hero of that war wiped out my entire people and left me like this.
Yeah, and maybe that's not good.
And maybe that sort of a person has the right perspective to take this sort of throne.
You are insane. You're a crazy person. You're a zealot? And
No.
don't fuck with me.
You have the sort of power to actually hold that seat. Many people do not. It's not zealotry.
No, it's zeal that drives you. You want to do good in the face of your god. You want to do good, and you want to get a pat on the head. That's what you want.
I want the best person to be in that seat.
Bullshit. That's a means to an end for you, and don't pretend like it isn't.
That's Cap and I right now.
I don't know what the fuck is happening, but
Okay, so...
One second. How does Audra feel about this individual?
Oh my god!
Oh, I'm so glad you asked!
Audra is mad!
Uh-huh.
Maximum angry. Father, I crave violence. I cannot think of a single entity that Halt despised more than Selena Batalis.
Like, half of the shit that Holt learned was specifically to kill Selena.
Yes.
Yep. In single combat, yes.
Yes.
It was after Holt was decisively spanked. I mean, really decisively spanked.
Armstrong fucked me up in more ways than one.
My god wants you dead, which means you'd be the ultimate rival for him.
That's great. I'm not in this fight, and I don't want to be. That's great. He wants to kill me. He can get the fuck in line.
Cowardice is a bad color for you.
Maybe you'd like this one better. And she blinks out of existence.
Also a bad color. Calls to the empty fucking room.
Let me look something up real quick. Oh my god, okay. Drazul.
Mm-hmm.
After she disappears, what do the three of you do? Do you leave? Do you stick around? Do you read over Solandra Patalis' account of events?
I do. I'm curious.
Oh, Drazul. Oh no. Give me a fortitude save.
Yeah. Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Oh man, congratulations. You avoid a painful heart attack. Well, when I say avoid, I mean you survive.
Oh, good.
Your chest hurts. You're feeling it again. Oh man, you're feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Oh, this is no bueno. Maybe someone else should look at this book. This book makes you feel bad.
Somebody read this. I hold it out.
I'll read it.
It is an account of the events of last game. Now, Dave, does Solandra leave out anything, or is this a bare all tale?
Maybe she leaves out a couple of things about, incest and like orgies and
She leaves out all the fun parts? What the fuck?
Well, I mean, you left in other fun parts like the genetic experimentation and eugenics on top of the mountain.
Yeah, man.
What about the corpse orgy? You have to keep the corpse orgy.
I do keep the corpse orgy.
Corpse orgy.
I do keep the let's see, the dragon, and Clementine and the dragon, and just generally the dragon being quite the hot customer. Trying to think, what else would I have left out?
Okay, good. So
here's a
Selena
question.
didn't have to read the events of her own fucking wacky incest festival.
Would Solandra have left out that Clementine was responsible for the blood plague?
I think maybe she would have wrote that we all were.
Yeah, I think that Salandra would say that we played with forces that we did not understand, and we paid a terrible price for it, and we all felt terrible remorse for it.
There are definitely some people who have tied those things together and been like, did these motherfuckers make the blood plague?
If we had known the consequences of this, of weakening that army, even we couldn't have gone through with it.
But yeah, so you learn of all the events from the original game. There's a lot. But yeah, it's all about like keys, scions of the old god, finding a wish granting machine.
Did so Cap told me a little bit about the wish everyone got at the end. Was that part left in? Did I learn about, did Psalm's did some right about that part? About how Selena wished to start over?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, we all know now, or that me, Harlan, and Juzul all know that Selena is not who she once was, and that's why, basically.
Right.
It's the same thing that made Holt into a god. She
Yep.
used to start over again.
Right.
Ah.
And so, as she is as much the person she used to be as she is the person she is now. And Selena's
One
war
of them is a
crimes.
much happier person.
Yup. And Selena's war crimes are many and multifaceted.
Wasn't it basically like Armstrong was bigger than Wind City and much more fortified? It was like Helm's Deep and Minas Tirith had a baby on the other side of the graveyard.
And she raised it to the ground.
It wasn't as fortified, but it was bigger, it was more populated, and it was the breadbasket for the city. And she burned it to the ground. District 4, the World Bazaar almost got starved out. It would have descended into feuding food. It would have descended into feuding bread riots if not for the rapid action of the party.
If I recall correctly, this may be me misremembering. I feel like Selena carpet bombed Armstrong partly for the strategic value, but also largely out of fucking spite.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, she did. It was entirely out of spite. She attacked the city to draw us out of it.
Yep.
Because we went there seeking shelter and she couldn't fly her airship over the graveyard. So when we escaped, she was able to track us down and hit us while we were separated. You and Rivo had to make your own way to District 2.
And we got our fucking asses beat.
Yeah.
But
the two of you got mega cursed.
Catch a curse!
Yeah, she fucking unraveled the connection between Clementine and her familiar.
Yep, as a druid.
Like remember that part of the Golden Compass? Yeah.
Uh-huh. And like
that's right. And then Holt and Salandra
walked their way to District 2 with tails between their legs.
Yeah. I remember that now.
And like they said, it was all spite. This wasn't I will deny food from the city that we are besieging. It's I hate these people. They like these people. I'm gonna kill them all.
She didn't have to kill 200,000 people.
Nope, but she did
But she did.
Yup.
Yeah, that part of the game fucked me up, man. Love it. Love every second.
Sounds just about right for Marduk.
Well, you see, that's the thing, kind of.
Yeah,
she was technically attuned to Marduk, but about the worst parts of him possible. And her loyalties were not to the Mardukian faith, they were to her family, who, like, literally thought that they were better than everyone else because they lived on top of the mountain.
Her loyalty was to her father-husband.
Yeah, her father who bred her from my mother's eggs.
Right.
And then used her as a sex object for her entire life.
Yes.
No.
Like, stole Salandra's mother's eggs and impregnated
after Salandra's mother was executed.
Yes, for like treason.
Yes. She was executed for treason, and then he bought her eggs on the black market, made a baby, and then when that kid grew up, fucked that kid because he couldn't fuck Salandra's mom.
Oh, and also bonded her to a soul and mind-eating blade.
Yes! Bound her to the black blade known as Perfection.
Yep.
And Perfect demanded perfection of his students.
So that's probably why she doesn't like sharp objects now.
No.
It's like the best use of godly power.
All of the scions had like a mirror that our scions, we tried to play them in such a way that they were the reflection of the best parts of the god's powers, and the mirrors were the worst parts of the god's powers.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Holt's reflection was Doskius, who was the father husband of Selena.
Big coward. Huge coward.
Huge bitch.
Huge bitch. Giant
Bigger
bully.
sword.
Constantly running away.
Compensating for everything with his weapon.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Anyway.
So, yeah, you understand.
Welcome to a 3-year campaign of lore.
Welcome to the 3-year campaign of lore. So it becomes instantly understandable why she doesn't... What you're offering is for her to go back to who she was.
And she very clearly does not want that.
No! Hey, you were Hitler in your previous life. We
Yeah,
need you to come back for one more job.
That's basically what we're asking.
Do it, pussy. You won't.
You won't
Yeah.
go balls.
Simply become Hitler. It's all right.
You did
Give
it
him
once.
a little Hitler as a treat.
Oh my God, no! You did it once. You can do it again.
Return to Hitler.
Return to monkey.
I just think it would be fun to give Holt the chance to kill her again. That's all.
Oh, he would be so happy. Such a lordship he would bestow upon you.
Wait, wouldn't like if Holt would want to kill her again, wouldn't he reward you for just like killing her right then?
Oh no, it's
She
not
would-
the same.
She would okay.
No, she has to know.
Yeah.
She has to
Again.
know why we're coming for her. She needs to go back to Hitler, and then we gotta kill her again. It's like
Yeah, he would get really specific with it and want you to like tear her apart piece by piece in the flagstones of Armstrong.
like what fucking I like what's that scene in Game of Thrones where who punches Cersei Lannister? I don't remember.
I don't know.
Someone fucking slugs her in the mouth, and I just remember a friend of mine was like, hit her again! Just like, I don't approve of domestic violence, but hit that bitch again! Like, we're talking that sort of like, no. She's gotta earn it. Twin Peaks style. I can't just kill any woman. I gotta kill Laura Palmer, and then I gotta kill her again.
I mean, Cersei gets slapped by Robert at one point.
There it is, right? Yeah, Robert Baratheon fucking slaps her across the mouth, and like everyone and their mom is like, "No, do it again. Fuck that bitch." So that's where we're gonna leave it.
With that revelation.
Congratulations on the lore drop. Your 2 candidates are Holt's daughter and Holt's greatest rival.
I mean, my vote's with the greatest rival so that he can kill her again. She wasn't wrong when she said Zeal. He was just playing it up that she was wrong.
Oh yeah, no. And
She got she made a good sense motive role on you.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic role playing, guys. That was really, really compelling. Great scenes all around. Can't wait to fuck it up next week.
oh, it's gonna be great.
Can't wait to commit a murder.
Oh yeah, everybody level up.
Nice.
Oh, hey!
Fuck
Holy
it.
shit!
Yeah.
Take a ding.
Yeah,
Ding,
boy.
ding, ding.
I have things to talk about with you.
You found that bitch. You made some good arguments, and you're like, oh man. So basically, at this point, you have two candidates.
Mhm.
One who wants it and might not be so good at it, and the other one who would be fucking perfect at it and does not want it.
Mm-hmm.
No, absolutely not. No.
Are these the only 2 candidates, or are there other people we can hunt down too?
Those are the only 2 candidates you found.
Okay.
Those are the 2 obvious ones that I know. If you
Okay.
can think of or locate any others, they will obviously be acceptable. But
I do have a thought, but I want to share with you offline.
oh boy. But those were the 2 that first came to mind. I was like, oh shit, they'd be really good for this role. Fuck.
Cool.
That being said, you can put
I
anyone's
mean-
ass on that throne.
I mean, so here's my idea. We find Clementine. we convince her to plane smash, and we dig Rivo out of whatever fucking berserk hell planet he landed on.
I don't think we're that desperate.
Dave, get Chris on the horn.
Canonically, Rivo is in Sigil right now, working as a bouncer in a bar.
Chilling with the Maiden of Pain. What's her name? The Maiden of Anguish? Fuck, I can't remember.
No, the Lady of Pain.
The Lady of Pain, that's the one.
Yeah,
I mean,
had,
I'm up for this. Like, whatever.
I had Rivo show up in my 5th edition game. So,
That's fucking awesome.
yeah, actually, they saw Salandra too.
Yay!
Because
it was a tattoo artist. They were going to a tattoo artist, and Salandra was walking out and teleported away.
Oh, that.
Cause yeah, Rivo ain't dead. He's just not on this plane of existence, and he has no way to get back.
He has no way to get back.
I figured he was in the Outlands and eventually wandered into Sigil.
It's strange. All who are lost eventually end up there.